Does it look like we're streaming okay, Pat?
It does.
We had a little glitch. I don't know. Is it all still?
No.
Huh?
It says we were live.
It's just.
Copy.
Might come back. Anyhow, thanks to Brian Campbell who wrote that unofficial Live on Patrol theme song. We greatly appreciate that. We might have to reset here though in a minute. Are we live or not live?
We are live.
Oh,
Check the area of Warminster.
that's one great.
It's a new feed.
A
new live.
A new live. It's all right. Maybe not new on all of them, huh? Who knows? Now you gotta. That is
Right.
Some nights it just feels like the right song to play.
Yeah, it does. Tonight was one of those nights.
Just so much going on here in the Twin Cities. St. Paul, Minnesota, Ramsey County, Minneapolis, Hennepin County. Had a meeting today with the U.S. Attorney Andrew Luger. Pulled together periodically, pulls together all the chiefs and sheriffs. Well, not all, but the main metro area chiefs and sheriffs about violence.
If anyone has the St. Paul City Attorney's email address for charging, they just email it to me or text it.
You heard they recovered that Mercury over there, right?
Mercedes?
Mercedes, yeah.
Yep.
Mercury,
Or you can
Mercedes.
just say
So anyhow, that was a good meeting. There's a new FBI director here in the Twin Cities. He was there. ATF was there. There's a new assistant SAC in town for the DEA, and long discussion about fentanyl and fentanyl pills, gun issues in terms of what's happening with guns and violence. Minneapolis, of course, is suffering more than we are. Brian O'Hara was there. Great guy, by the way. I really, every time I've had a chance to talk to him.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, a great guy. Axel Henry, Chief Axel Henry from St. Paul was there, and Axel and I talked a little bit about the juvenile crime issue because the federal agencies can't really prosecute juvenile crime. So, but their feds are giving one guy over there a 30-year sentence for a drug and a gun case. We're taking switches very seriously. We just got a publication that these switches that convert guns into automatic weaponry are usually they stick out the back of the gun. We can kind of discern which ones are. But now there's a new model that doesn't stick off the back of the gun.
Oh, really?
Apparently, and this is the little unknown problem, is that you also on this new model you can't release the trigger to stop rapid fire.
It just goes till it's empty.
Goes till it's empty. That's a scary thought, right?
Yeah, it is.
Scary thought. So, Forensic Sciences, NIBIN, which is the National Computer System that identifies casings, was discussed. Drew Evans was there from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. He does an amazing job. And we talked about possible legislation, but possible violence team to curb violence in the metro area. You know, Minneapolis, you saw Brian O'Hara on TV here a little bit ago. They had 4 serious shootings. I don't know, was it like 20 people that got shot?
Yeah.
So it was, I mean, not 20 died, but 20 shot. So.
Yeah, it is not slowing down much over there.
But they have a good strategy. They're putting extra cops out, using suburban officers as well to go after the guns and the gang members that are there. Our CAT team was just involved with recovering a stolen Mercedes. Was it State Patrol or Dakota County that was chasing it?
Originally Blaine, and then
They chased it up there?
they chased it
Oh,
up
I
there.
thought you just had a ping up there. They chased it, huh?
Yep.
Well, it was stolen in Minneapolis off of Lake Street somewhere, right?
Correct.
And
Lake and Aldrich.
And then tell me what else you know, because I haven't heard about that.
And then it was, I'm not sure whether Dakota County or the state was pursuing it up 52. But then it ended up being recovered over on the west side of St. Paul.
Yeah.
No arrests made. They abandoned it.
And it's no secret our CAT team found it so quickly, folks. It's because they know where all the offenders live. They've arrested 100 of them in the last year and a half. And, you know, there's half of them are in jail somewhere, or jail's the wrong term, but in custody somewhere in a facility, and the other half are out. And our CAT team knows the addresses of where they live, so...
And even when it happens in that's uptown Minneapolis, okay? This was stolen like a couple hours ago in uptown Minneapolis, and the CAT unit people knew, essentially because of the location where it was taken from, the way it was taken, and the type of vehicle that was taken. They had a good idea who had actually taken it, and went straight to where it ended up being recovered.
Yep. That's the value of having a team that focuses on that, so the collective memory is there to pass on to other team members.
Yeah, listening to the CAT team members coordinate with each other and communicate with each other when they first found out about that Mercedes being pursued was it was pretty cool to listen to. They're a well-oiled machine.
So 2 days ago, I think it was 2 days ago now, right? Or was it yesterday? Can't keep track. We had a very serious incident up here at the Jimmy Lee Recreation Center.
That was 2 days ago.
2 days ago, yeah. We had another one today at Washington Magnet where there was a fight involving a gun. But we're strolling on Lexington here, just south of 94, Interstate 94. A lot of you are familiar with that. On our right is Central High School. And on our left is the Jimmy Lee Recreation Center, which, by the way, is an amazing facility. I got to tell you, I have a long history with this facility, and it does a great public service.
It really does. It is probably the nicest rec center in the city.
And just a great history here, because besides the Jimmy Lee Recreation Center, which now it's kind of all called that, but the Oxford Pool is here. And it's just a great facility for teaching kids how to swim. As a matter of fact, when I was back at the St. Paul Police Department, we rented the pool to help young immigrant kids that didn't know how to swim. We were having a lot of drownings in the Hmong community. So, but I'm just going to show you the facility here, because the pool is behind this building here. But here you're looking at the Jimmy Lee Recreation Center.
Copy. Lexington and Marshall for a person in crisis. Suffered a suicidal, threatening to jump off a bridge.
I just saw somebody
walking northbound on Lexington. Our comp is following her.
We're going to try to, there's a suicidal party. We are going to try to stop the person from getting to the bridge. Call just came out.
I believe they were on the west side of the street.
See, we just got to try to engage him in conversation before. And see, I look less policey than you, Pat. See, I think I should try first.
Yeah, I'm just going to be, in case we have to.
Yeah. I'm sure this person's not going to like
It's
this.
going to be a call for Lexington and Marshall for a person in crisis. A suicidal friend is walking northbound on Lexington, threatening to jump off a bridge with the comp follower.
Okay. Well, there's two over here.
Copy.
All right.
Thank you.
Dakota County's patching on Tech 1 and Grove Pursuit northbound 5th Avenue, approaching 494.
There you go.
Yep.
We left one printed.
I'm not sure the best way.
And we'll be at 494. State available. 952.
They're currently still in Lexington coming up to Concordia. What is that?
Noise direction on 484.
The state has been notified by 21.
West 494.
On the southeast corner.
And continuing past 52 exit for northbound.
55 to 2400 with the on the southeast corner of Concordia and Lexington at 21.9.
Speed 90.
Speed 90.
Light traffic.
219 all the way to Southwest number 10.
Or westbound, as you get to.
What type of vehicles? And I'll try and look at Gale and 94 then. What's the worst? 21.9.
Or 94. Or 94. Is anyone able to get there? 27, we're going to continue west 494. Then be able to get 6 ahead. As Egan and Mendota.
New old guy.
Seems pretty close far over here with the sheriff and one other car should be good. Yeah, 656 close for with the sheriff, one other spot should be good. 21.
Yeah, 35. Should come north there.
Spot 5.
27, be advised. Flight is unavailable. Ground traffic can help us.
I'd say we'll take the 911.
No, 920.
Yeah, 526 472 Jackson Street at the Spring Hill Suites Hotel. For that 911 landline hang up at 2130.
3627, speeds 90. Approaching Argento.
Speed 90, approaching Argento.
Right lane. 181, everyone knows to slow down.
Copy, 181 spot is slow.
27, the temp tag I got was 0174662.
Tim.
Alright, but hey, you got more going for you, alright? All yours.
27, we're approaching pilot.
So,
Approaching pilot.
hopefully that
Sorry, approaching
resolve
pilot.
itself, huh?
I'm EOT.
Yep.
Yeah,
Probably
but let's
if I
just
have
close
any-
this one up here.
Yep.
Speeds 100. Traffic's still light. Road conditions are somewhat dry.
I don't know. I mean, we could have
100 light
stayed,
traffic,
but, you know, it's
right.
really St. Paul's call. And
Yeah.
I think we did what we could, right?
Exactly.
Right?
You were really good with her, Bob.
Bloomington will track for 6, 10, 494, 24.
2435.
Approach at 35.
She instant relaxed upon hearing your voice. She really, you could see it.
Transported to Oakville, 1411.
Yeah, I felt a little funny just like cutting it off, but
493.
it's, you know, they're there. It's their call. They got to decide if they're going to take you for
Right.
a mental health evaluation, right? So, I don't know.
Just going over 35 now.
Over 35. Westbound 40.
All right, 35, over 35. So it's down in Egan somewhere.
Actually, 35W westbound. They're going westbound over 35W.
Heavy. Approaching pilot.
14 number 2, I'll call it.
Anyhow, back we were right there at the Jimmy Lee, great facility, very sad situation. You know, you can read the complaint online.
27, do you have anybody with you?
It's just.
I'm probably a mile back. I think they're doing it.
This is the thing. Pushing
14 at Timber Grove ahead of me.
pushing fights
Crossing Highway 13.
turn
Approaching
into
Minnesota River Bridge.
fist fights.
Crossing 13.
Fist fights turn into gunfights.
Way too often.
Up lane, approaching the bridge.
Yeah, it's good sticks.
Traffic.
Just didn't want to have that conversation too close to the bridge yet, right?
X-ray.
That's why getting there before.
09.
Yeah, we couldn't have been in a better spot.
Copy, what's your location?
659.
Copy, what's your location?
Oh, here we go. Taking the exit to 5.
Indeed.
Oh, now we got to get down to West 7th Street.
Moving to Terminal 2, exits and 34th Avenue.
Oh, there we go. Terminal 2. He's probably flying Sun Country. He's late for his plane.
369.
Never mind the fact he borrowed a stolen car, right?
Gonna be on Maryland, just.
You're gonna end up coming right up 5.
Yep.
Towards the terminal. There is a train.
Oops.
We did not hit it.
We did not hit it.
That sounds like you and me talking.
I think he means.
Is there a train?
I think he means.
U-turn train is stopped. We are back. Going westbound 494 on the ramp now.
Oh,
He's gonna come back this way.
no, but now he's saying west.
He's gonna come back this way, though. You watch.
Chamber Grove, I can't. There's some people out directly.
So you can see if we can take.
Shall we
Got a.
exit for North 77?
Oh, that one ain't gonna work. They can probably hear okay. North 77, which is Cedar, gonna be coming into Minneapolis then.
Sure.
So we should head down to
Speeds are 80.
the Ford Bridge. Go up Cedar,
Did you want to do
cut over on, what's that called?
Sounds good to me.
Minnehaha Parkway,
Yep.
50th there.
Just getting northbound 77.
Northbound 77.
Oh yeah.
27. If you start coming up with bigger traffic, we're terminating.
Oh, there you have it.
Hi, Gabby.
51
Traffic's still pretty light.
status.
Speed's 85.
Whoa, Pat.
2240 Joe past you.
There's a hole in the road there.
I was on Able Street the other day,
All right, go for it.
going about 10 miles an hour, and my head hit the
Copy,
roof
straight out
of
to
the
Dale
Durango,
Alta
hit the bump.
Vista. D2's on the
Really?
traffic, not
For
answering
real.
status.
Northbound.
Abel?
We're approaching and passing 66.
Okay.
3180 track copy. You're going to be code 486,
We
especially
might
clear.
have to use an Opticom to get to the bridge
Thanks, Gabby.
sometime.
2137.
Speeds 100.
No traffic. Passing 66 right now.
Trying to catch up to stolen squares on 6 Street.
Oh, jeez.
Coming up to the light right now.
6 and
Six available.
6 and white there, yeah, stolen.
Terminate.
They're terminating that one.
Yeah. 10-3 trying to catch up to a stolen 6 coming up to clearance.
He hit 6 just before the bridge. You should start losing wheels now.
That dealer.
Have nothing, no rims, nothing looks deflated.
Feel free.
We are entering Minneapolis.
There's a silver Kia traveling northbound in Chicago, approaching 26.
Alright, terminate.
Texas plate, David Williams, Sam, 6698. It's just more
Description,
red lights
please.
dramatically. This is information.
Well, this is what the hell is
Copy, northbound Chicago,
What's up,
26.
Blue Nissan?
David
No plate.
Williams,
that? Was Minneapolis PD. Should we leave that on?
Catch up on what's going on.
This
over
was
on
the-
six.
Coast County Driving Halifax, 1 person's terminated entering Minneapolis, 138 over.
Stolen's all over the place.
Terminated there, but Minneapolis was announcing.
Yep.
But who's got the Channel 2 radio?
You mean Channel 3?
Well, was that downtown that he was on? That
It's a
store?
Hyundai Sonata Black, 6th and Clarence.
Oh, it's way over there. Channel 3, you got it?
Yep.
Looks like St.
Sorry, nothing on location.
That Hyundai is stolen from the school off of Rice Street around the same time as that shooting earlier today.
That's the one they're with.
Yep.
Check for updated location.
Looking it on one channel?
Must be.
You lost it by the high school.
They must be merged.
Going eastbound.
Okay, good to know.
Hello, the area that I told going to City.
Black Hyundai Sonata, folks. License number is Boy Adam Victor 188, BAV 188. It's a 2011 black Hyundai Sonata. Lost it near Harding High School. Eastbound on 6th.
Squad 279.
279.
You put me on a dangerous condition. We're on the Robert Street Bridge. They're robbing a king. Get your place in a second.
Yeah, there must be merged.
Copy.
Oh, no, they're split again.
273, you can start us west.
Copy.
I gotta see. We're gonna see what's going on here on the. I'm gonna check the 4UP cameras, see who else is rolling with us or not. We do got several other people out with us. So car thieves beware.
361.
361.
You clear there, we're just gonna be checking the area.
So that one's with that one.
Copy. Cancel 10-3. Checking area 2140.
Let's go to this one here.
Now, if anybody sees that
that
Hyundai we just talked about, do not post a comment. Call 911.
Copy.
So, well, we know we got Mike and us and 2 CAT team cameras. Not 100% sure.
Maybe back a couple blocks.
But in either case, we have 4 cameras out here tonight. So, you know, there was a couple of gun incidents at the schools this week, and then we had the Jimmy Lee Rec Center, and then today we had a fight, large fight up at Washington Tech Magnet School. I think that's actually a middle school, right, Pat?
You know,
I don't.
I'm actually not sure. But it's the old Arlington High School.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And well, maybe it's a high school. I don't know.
Just a squad info if anyone finds this car was involved in possibly involved in that shooting earlier at the school in Washington.
So that car that squad was just chasing over there on the east side was stolen from. Oops.
Copy. Just information for squad. This vehicle is possibly involved in a shooting earlier at the Washington School. 2142.
It was taken in the parking lot at the same time that the shooting was occurring. So hard to say whether it's directly related or indirectly related, but obviously we'd like to know.
Thank you to our friend Nancy Hochschild. It is grades 6 through 12.
It's 6 through 12.
Yep.
Middle and. My goodness. Well, that, you know, I got to stay at John Glenn Junior High for 5 years, so there I probably could have been there for a full 12.
There you go.
So, I got to tell you about last night. I was working last night,
Copy.
and CAT team, Suki and Sparks. Servatka was working late too, although I don't know that he was still working. Alex was working the DWI car.
180 Tango.
So there's a
180
chase.
Tango.
Chase. The State Patrol has a chase on
41 to
94.
region. Female. Trip set to 0.
There's a chase on 94 eastbound, and they're on LTAC, and they go north on 35E. They get off at Cayuga. Now, the State Patrol protocol, unless you know for sure what you got, without just no plate without a missing plate and not sure that it's stolen, State Patrol won't be allowed to pursue it too long. You know, they can for a while until the locals catch up. So, but the State Patrol camera people were able to see this car go up to Jackson Street and go north on Jackson. They could tell which way it turned from the cameras. Suki says, I'm going to have sticks at Jackson in Maryland. All right, now myself and Nicole and everybody else is. Alex is up at 35 and Little Canada Road. If it goes up 35, he's going to get him up there. Well, everybody's kind of ready. Well, Suki uses the black covered sticks so you can't see him. The guy had his lights off too, and he sticks them at Jackson in Maryland, which was great in and of itself. Well, he takes the sticks and he throws them out of the way, not taking time to throw them in the car, which is fine, right?
161.
He throws them out of the way,
161.
and then he jumps back in his car.
Courtesy ride, adult female.
And he chases the car up Jackson.
11001.
He's the lead car in the chase. He chases the car up Jackson, and
Copy.
he gets to Arlington. He goes west on Arlington. And so then, about a block west of Jackson and Arlington, it takes a left on Trout Brook.
Bad choice.
Well, it's a dead end. It's a dead end. But this is a great story, and I just want to compliment Sergeant Suki, because you know and I know, tactically when it comes to these things, there's no better.
Nobody does it better.
I will say this, Servatka did once stick a car, pursue a car, and pit a car.
A hat trick.
All a hat trick. He did all at once the same car. So Servatka's right up there too. But Suki, so they bail. And you know, there's that west of Jackson, there's like this swamp. It's an ugly swamp. I will show it to you here in a minute. They bail into the swamp. So the first thing I hear out of Suki's radio, 3 doors open, 3 doors open. Okay, which is good to know because there's likely 3 people.
Right.
You know, he sees people running, but the doors are more of a concrete giveaway. They all run into the swamp. There's 2 guys and a girl. Well, they don't know that at the time. 2 guys and a girl, and I mean, by now the St. Paul cars have all responded. They're surrounding this swamp. It's all surroundable by road or building. They're surrounded, and then State Patrol's there now, and they're glad to get their missing, fish, so to speak. And 2 of them come out. 2 of them come out and are under arrest. And while they're coming out and searching for the 3rd one, they run the VIN. Well, it's a stolen car and a carjacking in Minneapolis. At gunpoint.
We'd been looking for
the one you had been mentioning, that car, and remember you thought it had different plates on it once? Yeah, it was the car you were looking for.
Very cool. And actually, I can't remember whether it was Kyle or Thomas actually had a screenshot of it off his LPR that he had posted in the thread.
Okay. Well, it was some amazing work. The place got surrounded. Eventually, the canines came. The guy came out on his own. All 3 juveniles.
Yep.
And that's the ongoing problem we have, of course, throughout this country, is we need some enhanced accountability / services for
22.
juveniles. And
606 available.
but the good news is, I think we're doing a better and better job of catching
Sorry, go again?
Oh yeah.
offenders.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta give the camera people. We're gonna drive over here to Cayuga and Jackson,
So, next I will be in a minute.
where the
118 copy?
Yeah, I read the reports on that today. That was really some good work. You were kind of a part of every major incident this week.
Well, I don't know if it's insomnia that keeps me out here, or just you feel. You know, I will say this: my kid's the same way, Bobby. He likes jobs where at the end of the job you feel like you accomplished something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he always loved mowing the lawn. Because at the end of mowing the lawn, he could turn around, since he was 3 years old. And by the way, he was really good at mowing the lawn. So anyhow, right from here, if you look to your right up there, I don't know how they can see it, but you can see the freeway from here, right?
Mm-hmm.
The State Patrol, to the right there down Cayuga, the State Patrol could see this car turning north on Jackson. So it's about 3/4 of a mile up here that Suki was planted with his stop sticks. By the way, what I didn't tell you about this story, afterward we came back, Nicole and Mark and I came back to look for his stop sticks. Nowhere to be found.
Really?
Someone got a trophy.
You know, that is in the past month, at least the second time that Sergeant Suki got stop sticks on people at this intersection.
Yeah. Well, this is a good one. When I came back to the sheriff's office, my first night that I was on the street, there was a good chase. It's probably not the right term. A serious chase here, right coming up Jackson, and I pulled in front of the car, and I was tempted just to hit the brakes. Anyhow, I don't know what's. So anyhow, he was right here. It was right here at Rose. I wonder, maybe that person wants to turn over the sticks. What do you think? So anyhow, if you know somebody that got Sergeant Suki's stop sticks, please tell them to return them. Because right there at Rose and Jackson is where he threw his sticks in. If he had taken time to put them in his car,
That region.
he wouldn't have been able to continue the pursuit. You know, that's the thing. Because there was a lot of times the car's being chased by somebody else, but it wasn't being chased at that point because the State Patrol had terminated and they were following it at a distance. But so the car continues up here. By the way, Suki got 2 of the tires. 2 of the tires were going flat here.
Section 911 hang up, 1394 White Bear. He used language line, color shaded, and he threw me to the ground. Said he'd be waiting outside and then disconnected.
Copy.
2151.
So a car blew the stoplight here at Arlington and Jackson. Went left. Obviously the tires are going flat. They go flatter and flatter the first mile. And then right here at Trout Brook, they took a left and they bailed.
Into a swamp.
I don't know how to describe this swamp. I mean, this thing is really, really ugly. It's like the forest of no return. I don't know. I mean,
Hey, look at this. It's not very big,
apparently,
and there's nowhere to go.
Apparently, there's water in there. Unbeknownst to me, must be some snow insulating it. There's water underneath there. So people were saying that he couldn't get out because the water was too deep. But here's right where the car came to a rest. Right here, you can see some footprints and stuff. And it ran in there. And,
Copy, we have 183 in route.
but if they hadn't had flat tires, you see there's really no way out down here. It's a dead end down here on Trout Brook. And then on the other side, there's train tracks and other buildings. But St. Paul did a great job of covering all those. I took a position right here. I had a boring position, but right here in case he popped out down here. But no one's making it through that forest of no return.
No way.
Look how thick that is in there.
Unreal. You
chose poorly. So That was a couple of nights before that. Suki found a end of the shift. He got it stolen and down to Maplewood and fled up to Larpenteur up there in Roseville, and Alex got behind it, tried to help him, was getting ready to pit it. You know what happened? Well, apparently there was some radio communication issues. Not everybody could hear everything, so there were stop sticks deployed. And they got the car, but they also got Alex.
Oh, that happens. Main thing is they got the car.
Yeah, they got the car, but Alex's brand spanking new Durango got some flat tires. So we did, just to stress the teamwork. If you do read the complaint, you'll see that the shooter at Jimmy Lee Rec Center wasn't arrested in the perimeter, but it takes a lot of cars to secure a 6-block perimeter around there. St. Paul had a ton of cars up there, but it didn't take long to start developing intelligence on who the person was. St. Paul actually started the whole intelligence stream about what cars he might own.
161 arriving.
Yeah, they were on that quick.
And where he might live. But unfortunately, they didn't have a lot of spare cars to go check out addresses. So I'm happy to report the sheriff's office was able to help go check some addresses. And over on the east side over there in the you'll see in the complaint, the 1600 block of Stillwater Street there, we were on surveillance of the house. And one of the reasons that we thought that was the best bet is Joe Miller had checked some other databases regarding license plate reader info. And the car that is known to be used by the shooter was there.
Ah, okay.
So turned out he wasn't in that car. Turned out he was in his mother's car, and what had happened was he had fled the playground to a bus line. My guess is down to Grand, but we don't know for a fact. I'm sure the St. Paul homicide guys know which line, but fled. He got on a bus and went down to 5th in Minnesota, and he called his mother and asked for a ride. So while Mike Servatka, Nicole, and myself were sitting there watching the house, the car pulled up, and he got out of the car. And as we saw the two people getting out of the car, we swooped in and simultaneously and made the arrest.
He had the gun in his pocket, didn't he?
He did. The gun was in the pocket of his coat. And he's cooperative, compliant and cooperative. First thing he said was she had nothing to do with this.
His mom.
His mom, yeah. So, and the rest will have to just remain until trial in terms of everything that happened. But that's why a few extra bodies that aren't tied up on the perimeter or on other calls that can go out and do a little hunting for suspects is important.
Yes, indeed.
We are going to send you over to Mighty Mike Martin. Oh, before we do that, though, those of you that have been, I just want to say one thing. We got Thomas Siegelstrom out here in Nicole. I'm not sure which radios. Well, I'm going to figure that out here in a minute. When you're talking to Mike, when Mike's talking,
Squad 182 for updated status.
we're going to talk to Kyle and figure out which radio, who's got what camera.
380.
But one thing I want to say, we're going to start a Monday with Mike.
365.
He's going to bring some special guests on during the day and kind of give you a recap of the crime over the weekend. And he's a great source of information and knowledge, but he might bring one of the CAP members with him. All depends. But we're going to leave that up to him. And probably, 2 to 3 hours. And then on Wednesdays, I'm excited about the Wednesday concept. And here's why. I got to tell you, we had a couple carjacking cases here in the last week. And if you didn't know this, all 3 of our primary CAT team members just had babies. Thomas Siegelstrom, Kyle Williams, and Joe Kill. So these are young guys with families, and so, obviously a lot of work raising a family and raising a little baby. But they never hesitate to jump out and come out and help us solve a problem.
Pretty amazing crew.
It really is. I mean, and let's not just, they're not the only ones in the patrol section the same way. People are covering the hospital shifts all the time, just coming in, leaving their families. But, I mentioned the clue selfless. I'm seeing more and more young people that are just selflessly, and granted, it was a tough 2 years, 2.5 years, but the core values of these young people that we've hired hasn't changed.
No.
And it's inspiring in a way, because someday we're going to be dependent on them, right?
That's right.
Well, we already are, but I mean really dependent when we fall out of bed.
Yeah, the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office really does seem to attract the best and the brightest.
And we have the benefit of trying to recruit laterals from other agencies. But I just want to say to our backseaters that these are some really good young people coming into law enforcement in our agency. And I want to do what I can to, honor them and show them. And that includes, we got other young deputies out on the street in the regular squad. We're going to try to find a way to have their squads so you get to know them as well. But we're going to start with the CAT team. And so selfless. So, I've been thinking up this crazy title, and a lot of you came up with all these old cop show titles, and they're amazing. The Mod Squad would be cool. The Streets of Ramsey County would be cool.
I saw that one.
Somebody had a list about 100 different cop shows. Oh my goodness, it would be great. But here's the next clue. It's not the title is not technically going to be a cop show title. All right? It's not going to be a cop show title. But I've given you enough clues that you could figure out. Obviously, the term selfless is going to be in the title. Now you got to figure out what selfless goes with. Selfless goes with.
They're on MLX traffic.
Here's another clue. I'm not going to confirm or deny anything. But it's going to be a daytime program.
Bravo 8 5 EOT.
Daytime program about selfless young people. Did I give too much away?
You may have. You may have. I figured it out even before you said that, I think.
I might have given too much away. Well, first one to put the right title of the Wednesday broadcast.
Nope, not all in the family. But that's not a bad idea. Fletcher's Angels. Selfless Acts of Kindness.
That's close, but...
Selfless in St. Paul.
Oh, I like that. Selfless in St. Paul.
The Selfless Squad. You're getting closer.
Remember, the other clue I gave you the other day was that this comes from a show that
Well,
started in...
Dylan Andrew is guessing the young and the selfless.
That's correct, Dylan.
Dylan, you win.
The young and the selfless.
Dylan Andrew, you got it.
Wait till you see our...
And Mary was right behind you.
Wait till you see our logo. And it's going to come on right after, immediately following The Young and the Restless. So if you're a Young and the Restless viewer, when that's over, tune in to The Young and the Selfless. But these guys are selfless. That's the thing. They're always putting the needs of the community and others ahead of them. And it's time just to give him some more recognition.
And our friend Jesse Kolb. Jesse, you were third up. He wants to be sure to say hi to you.
All right, Jesse. Thank you. Thanks for being one of our top viewers. So, but it's going to be to honor our younger deputies. We're going to have to.
Somebody just said the Rev was just on WCCO.
Yeah, the Rev, actually, when the shooting happened at Jimmy Lee, I called the Rev, and, the Rev knows all the families, and so the Rev went up there, brought one of our other ambassadors up there to the scene, and then eventually went to the hospital and prayed with the family, and, gave them some emotional support. Actually, Rev, if you're listening, I don't know if you're off the radio, but if you're listening, give us a call. Give us a call. We'll get you on here to talk about the trauma that family went through. And, but he does amazing work. We want to find that car. You want to give the plate again? Or?
Yeah, let me find it here. BAV 188, Boy Alpha Victor 188. It's a black 2011 Hyundai Sonata, and a Sonata is a sedan. It's a 4-door car.
Gee, that church down here in the corner of Earl and Minnehaha went up in flames the other night. I was working too. I thought, oh my goodness.
Yeah, saw that.
Fire department was here. That was a terrible thing. And they didn't know the cause either.
Bravo 602 DMG.
Hey, if somebody's, if the Rev isn't listening, which is usually unlike him, unless he's started late, call him and tell him to give us a call. Somebody yelled and said hi. I only hit things when I back up. Open your window there and see who's saying hi.
With our friends here.
We got friends on that.
Hello? Oh, here we go over here.
How are ya?
Good to see you guys.
We don't drive on side streets anymore.
We like our teeth. Good night.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on with the streets here.
Oh my goodness. It's kind of cooking, it looked like.
So there's a church right there, Pat, on the right. That was at the fire. This is devastating.
Yeah, I guess not so much.
I think they got about 160 parishioners there. It's a pretty good number today for a small church.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, we're going to switch you over to Mike, and Mike is going to have the Monday. We mentioned that already. I mentioned that, but just feel free to throw questions at him, because we need him reading the comments too. It's a lot of work reading the comments.
Here, my case
There's a lot of birthday shout-outs. I hope you got your list of birthday
I've got a list.
Okay.
I sure do.
There you go. All right, so let me send a text to Mike.
011-233.
And while I'm doing that, I see someone reminding me about the Humboldt gun issues. Somehow our top priority, and you know what, the mayor said this.
Advise a 380 traffic when you're ready.
You ought to be able to go to a rec center. That's where we want the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we want them.
Whitbear Hyacinth.
Okay, now
Charlie Delta Echo 127.
we're all going to come to a complete agreement to that.
380.
Schools ought to be safe, all right?
Schools and rec centers.
And here's the thing. Talking about it doesn't make it happen. Saying the term, you know our famous pet peeve that we hate, right? It's totally what? Unacceptable. Well, saying those words doesn't
Change anything.
you have to take action steps, whether it's school resource officers or a better partnership with the police department or better trained people that help,
Copy 254 Wheeler.
Neutralize-
Unit number 1, caller's son is intoxicated and broke a chair. Caller is requesting assistance.
neutralize the fights before they start. Again, there's time there, and actually in this particular case, we know the police department was called up there earlier at the rec center because there was a fight brewing there earlier.
Yep.
So
Not very long before.
no. So we can be better. We can be better. So I'm just letting Mike know we're sending it to him. And while Mike is broadcasting, we're gonna go find that stolen. Right back.
Information is West for consequence to shoot out of his IDD for officer safety. Those brass knuckles are used in the subject uncooperative for law enforcement. Gonna go with the decision. Please call Mike Hotel 479 on a 2005 Lexus to 3300 for a green color.
2415.
All right, I heard them say they were going to go find that stolen while I'm broadcasting, except for we're going to go find the stolen before they do. Because we're over on the east side looking around the areas where that stolen might show up. Over here, I'm about to turn to go eastbound on Maryland from Arcade. The sheriff and Pat talked a lot about the importance of safety at the schools and rec centers. Absolutely, we have to.
We have 24 Jeep Golf. We have a PC outside of a residence.
We absolutely have to have safety in our schools and at our rec centers, and kids need to know that they don't have to worry about guns and fights and that stuff, that they can go there to enjoy their time, and that there will be adults there who can be role models and lead those kids.
2161, transporting adult female to 11 for further testing.
One of our squads is transporting someone who was kind of screaming in the background, so I had to see what was going on. Tonight, the high school basketball game between Fridley and Columbia Heights had to be called off in the middle of the game because of problems that they were having there, fights and threats. It's sad that we can't even have a sporting event anymore where we don't have it interrupted by problematic fans and people showing up. So
59 miles per hour north on Highway 32. Roseau's getting people, but they're not.
There's a chase going on in Roseau, Minnesota. If you got a map, if you don't know where Roseau is, ROSSEAU, look it up. They said they're going northbound from Roseau, and you're if I'm from Roseau to Canada, is like 20 miles. So they're way up north, but we're on a statewide channel monitoring.
Should we have you guys stick together? So you get to 613 Robert Street, Norfolk, and I-1 hang up. Couldn't be a second before.
So I don't know why they're chasing that car. It just popped up on a statewide channel. There's some other calls going around in the background here. But we have to get back to maintaining safety and a sense of order in our schools and in our rec centers. And part of that, I'm a firm believer in school resource officers being there to be that bridge between the kids and law enforcement.
45 miles an hour still northbound 32. Slowing down 45 miles per hour, still northbound 32.
Stolen car still northbound from Roseau on Highway 32.
That's going to be Osceola, Jefferson.
96 status.
Control and search.
So there, it'll be interesting to hear if that chase stops before they get to the Canadian border. Some of the greatest hockey players in the NHL came out of
213 kids and companies monitoring as well.
that area up there in Roseau and War Road, Thief River Falls.
40 miles an hour, still northbound, coming in Greenbush, no traffic. 40 miles per hour, no traffic coming into Greenbush.
Accident with injuries in front of Checkerboard 511 North Snelling. Caller states he was struck by a vehicle in front of the address. Unknown if the vehicle is on scene. Also, the caller may be TAC.
There's a call just came out for a person who claims that they were struck by a vehicle on Snelling Avenue by Checkerboard Pizza. That's really far away from where we are, so we won't be heading that way. So the question I have is, if you're in a stolen car and you're northbound out of Roseau and you're headed to the Canadian border,
What are you trying to turn on 211 here?
What are you looking to do?
Before turning on to
Do you want to eat some poutine? A Canadian specialty, or a beaver tail, another Canadian specialty dessert? Are you just trying to get out of Minnesota because it's cold? Well, it's not going to help you.
It again at Main Street in 11.
And it sounds like they pitted that vehicle. So, PIT is a pursuit intervention.
Got him. I got him. Got him up.
Pursuit intervention technique. Use the turn around the stolen car and push it into the ditch, and it sounds like they were able to successfully do that and get the driver out of the car. So I guess they won't be going to Canada today. So if you go north out of Minnesota into Canada, you'll be in Ontario. You'll be up in the Fort Francis, Ontario, when you cross over, and some great fishing up there in Dryden, and trying to think of up by going up to Winnipeg. There's just some awesome fishing up there.
No answering callbacks 2218.
I can see people are commenting on some of their favorite NHL players from up in that area. Just great. This is gonna come out wrong, but forgive me. But if you're up in those areas in the winter, hockey is one of your few options for something to do. In the summer, you can fish. There's hunting in the fall, but in the winter, it's cold, and hockey is the town sport up there, just like town baseball if you're from the South. They, if you go to the arena in Warroad or Roseau, it will be packed in there on a Friday night to watch high school hockey.
181 MO with them.
Somebody asked in the, by the way, we're southbound on White Bear here, crossing over Interstate 94. Just keep looking for this stolen Hyundai. Somebody asked why the Vikings lost. Because they were horrible on defense. That's why they lost. But they did fire Ed Donatel, the defensive coordinator. They have some real promising players on the offensive side of the ball, so that's about the limit of my knowledge about that.
2220. You can send me a pending.
I want to give a quick shout out to Mike Smith and his son from Covington, Kentucky. They were nice enough to send me a nice note this week. And they're avid backseaters and are also big backers of the police. So we really appreciate that. Thanks for reaching out to me. It makes what we do worthwhile.
Transporting an adult male to 1829 Furnace Street.
The Wild are off tonight, the Minnesota Wild. Somebody put in the comments, how about Kirill Kaprizov? Got his 100th goal last night and just did a tremendous... he's just been an awesome player to watch. He's fun and creates a lot of excitement.
The other one's going to be a white female.
I was fortunate enough to meet Kaprizov at a event actually in Minneapolis at the Target Field before the Stadium Series or outdoor. I can't remember if it's the Stadium Series or the Winter Classic, one of the two, because I worked both of them. And one, the Wild played the Blackhawks, and one, the Wild played the Blues, and the Blues killed us. And it was 15 below outside. We were freezing.
2120 Mississippi Street North. 2222.
Copy, customer 2222.
So we gotta find this stolen Hyundai Sonata here. We're north on Ruth Street, approaching Old Hudson.
188.
188.
I will be diverting you with 100 as far as Squaza copy. 1188 Marshall Avenue for one caller heard shots fired. Heard two shots from the parking lot just now.
So we have call just came out for shots fired at 1188 Marshall, which is on the west side of St. Paul. We'll kind of head that way. I said the west side, I meant the West District. The west side of St. Paul's actually somewhere south of Mexico. if you ask me. It's
First one, you're backing up 188 over 1138.
south of the river, but the West District is just west of downtown, and we're gonna head over that way and see till we hear something about the shots fired.
Squad 188, your car did see a red SUV in another vehicle with possibly 4 juveniles.
180 copy.
2224.
The Sheriff Fletcher and Pat talked about the great teamwork that goes into all these cases. It's unbelievable that none of these major cases get solved without the help of multiple agencies, and the shooting yesterday was no different, as well as the shooting today at the Washington Technology Magnet School out in the parking. It was across from the parking lot. As school was letting out, there was a fight and then shots fired. But you get the St. Paul police, obviously, because it's their city. Our deputies will help. Maplewood helped with setting up a perimeter. Minnesota State Patrol had their air support up, their helicopter. The other day yesterday at the shooting at Jimmy Lee Rec, we had drones up. We had 2 drones that were tag teaming as their batteries would get low, that one would land, the other would take off. And just everyone sharing their assets is what solves these cases, and sharing information and intelligence. So the first squads are showing on the scene. First thing they'll do is look for any potential victims. There's a couple of vehicles in the parking lot.
Talking to the caller, she said that there's a couple of juveniles in the red SUV.
And it sounds like there's people in a red SUV that's in the lot. So they'll be checking that one. We're headed that direction.
459, a copy. I'm on my way with 64. Good. So plates Foxtrot Whiskey Echo 024. Second plates Charlie Bravo Whiskey 868. 43
The mental capacity of a 9-year-old and is very emotional. Calls from transfer to medics.
Three for good.
101, go ahead.
113 will be a scratch.
Everything. Can you add Charlie Golf Sierra 57 please?
So once they're able to make sure they're safe with those vehicles and individuals that are out there, they'll continue to check for victims, of course, but also look for any evidence of shell casings, damage to vehicles or structures, to try to determine, was it actually shots fired, or is there something else going on?
21. Dispute cleared by
Landed east of Antonio. Landed east there, 4-4 over here.
Have it go for at 22.
About 176. Waiting for a GSP 17 West
So we're still heading to that location of the shots fired, waiting to hear if there are any updates.
Code is called to assist clear assistance to it.
It's kind of hard to monitor
2229.
any updates at the same time. I'm driving and trying to pay attention. So the squad called out that they're code 4.
168, 161. I show you still on scene. The uncle's calling back saying he wants his nephew removed.
Which means they're
Copy.
safe out there, but there's still a lot of squads out there, and we'll pull up there in the area and see if we can be of any assistance. So this location where the shots were reported to be fired is literally right where the shooting occurred at Jimmy Lee Rec, and in between there and the Central High School.
Thank you.
210 traffic.
205.
Jackson and 11th Street with Juliet Charlie Foxtrot 259.
26 for Tingle. Bravo 0 for 20 RT. Bravo 0619, copy. Squad 26 for Tingle.
So the squads are out here. This is
Jackson over at Jackson and 11th.
right in the parking lot of Central High School, and they appear to be
Juliet Golf Foxtrot 259.
either talking to the individuals that are or in the cars.
People that are occupying the red vehicle stated that they heard fireworks.
Copy 833 speaking with people on the red truck who heard fireworks in 2232.
So they're talking to the folks in the red vehicle there. Looks like maybe a Land Cruiser, Toyota, who said that they heard fireworks out here. But as you can see, the officers are safe. Interestingly,
2232.
my son just graduated from Concordia St. Paul, which is a university that's about a block down, and he actually, until that time, lived in a house right over here across the street, right where you can see the cars parked on the street. And was when I talked to him yesterday, he was glad he's not there anymore. He loved living right here, but he didn't want to be here for a shooting in the middle of the street. over here on the right is Concordia St. Paul. Great school. I don't know how many students they have here. It's a pretty small campus. They have a pretty big online footprint as well, but they have Division II athletics, so they're definitely a major university.
833. Continue the fireworks. 130 at night.
So the squads are now clear and saying that it was fireworks, so that's good, as opposed to being shots fired.
EOT for the night.
Copy, I'm gonna just agree. Question 22, Denmark.
So we're gonna, I'm gonna close here by showing you the St. Paul West District, the William K. Finney St. Paul Police Department West District, named after former Chief Bill Finney, who's now one of our undersheriffs. And we're going to be going over to Nicole here in a minute. Thanks for riding around with me. Hopefully we'll find the stolen and you can come back with me or whoever's involved in that.
Domestic next to 21 St. Anthony Avenue, apartment number
Still leave the cops vehicle. There's with does
Yeah,
the
Mike,
Ballard
it's
Street
just
black
fixed
now is 30 Spin Build 57. Wearing no black. We waiting in a gray Nissan Altima parked in front of the address.
It's 1523526.
2236.
Going for squad.
Crane Order Apartments for address 281 5th Street East for
Going
DSC.
in,
Demon
back
refuses
around
to leave
to
family in the
DSC,
basement. Black Diesel 30 Smallville. Black City costume.
Squad, copy.
2236.
Oh, it's not gonna work. Oh shit! Sorry.
Squad 210
We are,
We're going for it.
we're back. We're at the M&H gas station. And we're going to send you over to Nicole. Nicole's been doing some amazing work as well. I just wanted to make sure that she was aware. Just before we do, though, we're gonna give Rev Spence a call and tell a little bit about his work with the family and what a terrible situation. Rev?
Yes, sir.
Just wanted you to give us a little update on the family. I heard on the news the young man wasn't necessarily better today, but you were there with the family when they got the news that he made it through surgery 2 days ago. So anything you want to say about asking for prayers for the family?
Yes, very dear family to the community. One that's been around a long time. Rondo family, connected to a lot of people. Actually, the nephew of Michael Wright, who owns Golden Time Coffee, is his nephew. We've been working with this young man. This young man we've been trying to get him to see things through a clearer lens. It's been apparently working. We thought that, it was hurtful to see what happened. We've been with his mother, his father. We continue to pray with the family. We continue to seek your prayers. I don't know if you know, but he was shot in the head. The bullet did make its way out. So he went through surgery. Surgery was just a couple hours. We sat with his family while doing the ordeal. We were able to pray with the family, and we continue to pray with the family and continue to hold him up because he's got a long road back, and we just pray that he can make it back. Violence, we've got to do something to become transparent. I think, Bob, you're leading us in that direction where transparency is the best policy, that these young folks will be able, even the shooter, will be able to know that there's a better way. You don't have to settle everything with a gun. We need to do as much as we can as community to stand together, to show the young people that we're together so that they can come together. That's our wish, that's our prayer. We continue to just be present in the community, throughout the community, and continue to let people see us doing the good works and being thankful that we survived when we were not doing always the good work, that now we are having an opportunity to give back to the community, and that's what we want to do.
Well, we appreciate your efforts. I know you got a good team over there, a prayer team.
Yes.
And that was sure good news to find out, because, I mean, to be honest with you, the way the call came out, shot in the head, and the first arriving officer said he was unconscious.
Yes.
So, I don't know. Well, while I'm sitting here, people are telling us there's tapping sounds. I have no idea what that be. There's nobody in the car. There's no tapping sound here. So, I don't know. It might be... Actually, I'm going to switch it over to this other camera. Could be when you have the 4 up camera.
Channel 2 and Channel 3.
But there's no movement in this car whatsoever.
229, if you can assist east at 1858 Arlington Avenue East, where Crane speaking.
We'll see if that changes it.
I'll be on my way.
Sometimes the different speakers on your TV versus your phone have different type of audio. But for those of you that are commenting about the tapping sound, there is literally nothing moving in the car except the engine.
Clear, capital of the CAD,
so might be someone
I turned off my TV also just to make sure it wasn't that.
Please call 387.
Well, sometimes, you know, I know at home when I won't go back and listen, I have a better audio on different stuff. But, well, thank you for all your work. Appreciate it. I know you were down, when I called you the other day, you were down working in the Skyways trying to keep the peace and find some shelter for the homeless. And you're doing a lot of things at once. And, you know, and I asked you to go up to Martin Luther King or to Jimmy Lee. It's like you're on the move all the time, Rev.
Yes, sir. And today in the Skyway, we had a lot of Central High students that literally came to talk to us, and that was quite impressive. They knew that we were in the Skyway, so they came and talked to us about the pain they were going through. Yeah,
that's good. And I wonder if we should have you up at the rec center too. Oh, we'll talk about that. I'm going to send it over. I'm going to send it over to Nicole. You go make sure that Beverly, you know, has everything that she needs. You know. Hey, were you on the CCO radio? Were you on the radio tonight?
TV.
Oh, television. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're lucky for you. You have a face for television. You know.
Well, we got a face. I don't know what it's.
Yeah. All right. Thanks again for your work. All the backseaters there. Thank Rev for his work. Put a little comment in there, and we're gonna send this over to Nicole now for a while.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. So we're gonna go to Nicole.
176125. I spoke with the comp. She's stating the male got out of the vehicle and doesn't need more assistance. I can show you clear.
Look at that good-looking officer there, Officer Patrick J. Scott. Patrick J. Scott.
22.
For about 2 minutes. 243.
Welcome back, backseaters. Happy Friday. Hope you guys enjoyed your time with Sheriff Fletcher and Under Sheriff Martin.
4493.
Can you tell me en route to St. John's Hospital?
We'll see if we can get you into something here.
Copy. 4448. 4448. En route to LAC with 1 female. Starting miles 2462.
You know, the sheriff talked a little bit about what's been going on the last couple days with crime, but today, pretty busy with stolen vehicles, spotted everywhere, and taken.
264 Tango.
264.
It's going to be at the Speedway at 577 Smith Avenue South for a hold-up alarm at the Speedway. It's going to be for every customer who's in this floor who's currently trespassed. Black male, taller build, has a camel. No reports of weapons.
264 Tango, we have.
Lots of stolen vehicles today. Just another friendly reminder, do not leave your keys
Cancel 264, I'm with you.
in your vehicle.
264 Tango, you're clear.
264 Tango, we got.
2245.
We spoke with a delivery driver yesterday who was running into an apartment and told her car could be taken in 30 seconds and be gone. And just a friendly reminder to everybody out there is don't leave your keys in your car. If you gotta get a electric start or a remote start, do it. It's worth the money, in my opinion.
526, I'm out on exchange.
Copy 526. So 656 checking your status over at Jackson University. 44. Copy 44 2246.
I washed my car, so I have a clean windshield, so hopefully it's a good picture for you guys. You know, it's frustrating when the quality isn't as clear because my windshield's dirty, but hopefully that's not a problem tonight.
$39.30 clear assist. Seaway alarm, they do have live footage cover. The mail is going to be outside of the store, locked out, but still on property. 2247.
St. Paul's currently headed to a hold-up alarm at the Speedway off of Smith.
Take it over.
Sounds like it's a kind of a disgruntled customer who's originally trespassed from the property, is now refusing to leave again.
Good job, you too.
The panic alarms go directly to a dispatch center that gets transferred over to us so that we can get down there as fast as possible when there's issues happening.
Copy 277. Unseen around, so 248.
225 214 block out. Everyone else is clear.
Currently Maryland, coming up to Johnson Parkway.
Responding to 73279
Because Paul side streets are rough. I know Pat was talking about it earlier, and I just told him that I was following a car the other day, and my rear light that's connected with metal to the roof actually snapped.
The crime's going to be for trespassing.
So if you don't have to take the side streets in St. Paul, I would advise not.
Here's over tail 369 and 32. That's 011249. Golf is 2050.
One of the hardworking Central squads, Luke Lawrence, moved over to East District now, working an afternoon squad. So if you guys see him out there, make sure you say hi to him. He seems to be pretty fair when it comes to giving citations and pretty understanding with that, but he is a fairly hard worker. So if you guys see him out there, make sure you say hi. St. Paul was out there making stuff happening earlier. One of their squads attempted to stop a vehicle leaving the Holiday off of Rice Street. The vehicle fled. The driver, only occupant, ended up fleeing from the vehicle as well.
Last squad. Go again.
But he didn't make it too far. They got him into custody, so that's just great work all around by the St. Paul Police Department.
Yep. 251. Traffic.
Still go ahead.
Albemarle in front. Hotel Juliet Bravo 663.
Ramsey County Patrol is also out there working hard tonight. Last night, around 2, one of their
Central. Shows to me. 526.
526, go ahead.
I need a class to respond to 17 exchange here for RRA. Which one will be around?
420 copies. 102253.
Dankos and protection orders are something that we do take very seriously as law enforcement officers. They're protection orders that are issued by judges to protect a victim. And they, like I said, we do take them very seriously. There's preset guidelines when you get your protection order, whether it's domestic violence related or, harassment related. The rules are pretty there, and they're pretty easy to distinguish, but we we are constantly finding people who are violating those, and like I said, they're put in place for a reason. So it's our job to enforce that, and we do take it seriously to protect the victims that are out there that don't feel like they have a ton of say when it comes to standing up for themselves.
Number 6, Cat 2.
We're going to switch the cameras a little bit. Nicole's camera is acting up a little bit. I don't know if it's her camera or where she's at. We're going to go back to her shortly, but we're going to send you over to Thomas Siegelstrom. And Thomas Siegelstrom is one of the original members of the CAT team, and he's got a special guest riding with him tonight. And so just be aware that there's a new CAT member starting next week. I'm going to have him tell you. What number am I supposed to go to, Pat?
6, camera 6.
Camera 6, coming to you, Thomas. Camera 6. Camera 6, coming to you, Thomas. Camera 6.
Sheriff.
2-time traffic.
Copy that.
Good.
All right, backseaters, Thomas here. You ride with me again. Like you said, I'm one of the original CAT team members. Just say it again, I've been with the unit since September of 21. There's 3 of us. So I got Chad Molnar riding with me tonight. He is going to be our newest CAT team member starting Monday. He will be coming to the afternoon shift with Nicole and Sergeant Suki. So I imagine you'll get to meet him at one time. Want to say hi, Chad?
Hey guys, my name's Chad. Like Tom said, I've been part of the Sheriff's Office for a few years now. Spent about 5 years out on patrol. Looking forward to making the switch and playing downtown.
So we are on the east side looking for some stolens. A little bit before you guys started, Dakota County was chasing a stolen. Sorry, running some plates. Stolen out of Minneapolis, a Mercedes, stolen off a lake in Aldridge. It was lost northbound 52. We got some information that it was coming into St. Paul in a specific area. Known to us, one of our suspects, well-known person to us, lived in the area. We essentially responded and were able to locate the vehicle and get the vehicle back undamaged. I will say to the owner, he was super happy. It was a very nice car. When talking with him, he was pumping gas when his vehicle was stolen. He was on the other side of his car when a pretty brazen individual jumped in the driver's seat and took off. Talking to him, he handled it about as best as he could. I would suggest it's just a vehicle. It's, you know, if you have insurance, it's not worth to fight someone over. You don't know whether they're armed, what their intentions were, and he just let it go. And luckily he got it back undamaged. So you got to just pay attention. I hate to say it, and you know, today's day and age, and just be aware of your surroundings. He was 5 feet on the other side of his vehicle when it was taken from him. So a little tidbit for that. So got one happy person, and hopefully we can find some others tonight and reunite the vehicles to their owners. So Chad's gonna help me do that.
I hope so. I think moral of the story here is shut your vehicles off whenever you're not physically in them, I suppose.
Yeah, and I mean, this was, you know, every vehicle has a key fob now, and people jump out and sometimes lose track, and most vehicles can still go without the key fob, and they will go until you shut it off. So it's very common. We see it all the time. So that's our lesson for today, I should say. So as I said, big Bravo 188 everyone's looking for it. So.
I'll give our call.
Hyundai, right?
Chad, why don't you yourself what to expect that team?
Question. So I grew up with St. Paul area. Paul High School before going through the skills program. The first place I worked was Ramsey County. And like I said, I spent a few years out on patrol, being, my feet underneath me. But I went to the team and a lot of drive and do well. And hopefully with the road and get some back.
My feelings, you didn't tell me we went to high school together?
Oh, sorry, that's true.
It's pretty pertinent.
That is true. Me and Tom also graduated same year from North St. Paul. So we've known each other for a while. I think we work well together. And yeah, like I said, it's exciting being out here, especially working with guys that you know when you grew up with. Hopefully some good things will come from it.
Can you please see if you can find security's phone number for that and add it to the call comments, please? 286. Traffic.
269.
Echo Zulu Victor 586. It's a maroon F-150. I'm going to attempt to pull on the line. Say good morning, Rice.
214.
All right. Sorry, just trying to read something, guys. So in between, I'll try to keep my radio up so you guys can hear what's going on. We're scanning multiple channels.
Academy 200, 229.
2301.
217.
Doing something, go ahead.
Some hockey, Chad.
I did not play hockey, no. I played a lot of pond hockey, but
3-2.
I think Chad was up to a lot of shenanigans in high school, I think.
I had some fun, but nothing crazy.
This review section is held by a family is headed towards unknown address. The Aria Black Female 5.
I played junior gold hockey for North St. Paul. I got into it pretty late. I probably didn't start playing competitively until 14, 15, I believe. And we did okay for junior gold. It wasn't always about winning the games. It could be a bit of a rough league, but it was fun. It was an awesome experience, and I probably had more fun than the high school players. So
it sounds like it. You know, it's funny story. I actually wanted to play junior gold. My mom wouldn't let me.
380. You can cancel 382. I'll back
Who's that?
She's just looking out for her boy.
That's probably true. Mom knows best.
Copy. Thank you.
Code to Denver, the Victory Park.
So back to us going to school. That's kind of the funny thing. Law enforcement's a small world. It's funny how many people I either went to school with or know that, eventually got into it, at different times in their life. But it's kind of weird. There's certain people you never could picture doing it. I would say that I never pictured I would have done it in high school. I always thought it was a good idea, and I didn't really decide I wanted to till I graduated. I'd say I was definitely very undecided. So
yeah, we went to skills together too, didn't we?
We did.
12696, checking your status in channel 2.
6 for me, another call.
273.
273.
Eastbound steps towards 4. Old Street.
Central somewhere.
10142, Dorothy Day Place.
Downtown.
Oh yeah.
Turn off what called up in there from 646.
656.
656, where are you? Squad 656, where are you?
So we're a bit of ways out from this call. It's downtown at the Dorothy Day, but we're gonna head there. They got a 10-3, 10-2 holding the air. Officer not responding.
Squad 656.
Hey, Bob, female officer was just chasing somebody down. Or we did.
1506 Street, 656 is keeping the air for you. Taser deployed.
656, use an elevator and take it.
Copy, Bill, get into the elevator, get out to 656, can I get a description of the mail, please?
9215 Old 6th Street.
656, status tells me to do the stop on the second floor.
Copy, stop staying on the second floor.
Got a guy with a knife at Dorothy Day, female officers chasing him. Thomas is on the way there.
656, he's on the second floor. No, it sounds like he's going all the way up to the top. God knows who he is. I just see 4 people here.
You see by a couple of cars that are coming in.
656, he's going on floor 5, 213 on 6th Street.
656 and squad coming to you. Go to the second floor, go into the top, 215 on 6th Street. You'll be having another step by.
656, tell the squad to go to 215 on 6th Street. I'm standing out here with the door open.
Copy 656. The one I have one of one spot coming out.
937, we're at 21506.
Sorry, 235. What was it? 235.
235 06. Doors open.
420 will be out soon there.
Copy 420.
If he's going on floor 5, it's James McCarty. Staff knows who he is.
James McCurdy, we're familiar with him. We've arrested him in a few cars.
The reason for pursuit?
Ran the red light. No front headlight. It's a silver Ford Explorer. Heavy front end damage. Looks to be occupied times 2.
So it looks like there's a lot of officers on scene, but we're going to keep going. She seems pretty amped up, so we're going to see what we can do to help out.
The vehicle continuing westbound 36. It's going to be a gray vehicle with heavy front end damage, no front lights. 2307.
Controller a little backed up. 653 Gulfstream Street on shots fired. 76 copy. And the information I have is 3-4 shots were heard just now, possibly from the area of westbound and Elm Street. We only have one caller on this FDL sooner. 76 copy. 2301. Warrants for possessed ammo and firearm felony.
Copy. 280 on Broadway Street. It'll be southbound north of Broadway. Staten Road and Medicare also started.
Yeah.
So his name is James McCarty. He's wearing a red Kansas City chief hat. Older, white male, probably 50, 60-ish. Got a mustache. Skinny. Short hair underneath the hat.
Just heard 3-4 floor. I think I'm out the mail.
Female from 1411 to LEC.
The 4th floor.
Affirmative. 5181.
Go ahead.
Clear report. Show me out in the rollover.
.420, we have enough personnel inside. Any other squads, they can stage outside.
Perfect.
So we're on scene downtown, Dorothy Day's place. Sounds like they had a male with a knife running from them.
768.
Got enough bodies on the inside, so we're going
Just
to sit
verifying the
outside.
letters. George Edward Nansen, what's your status? Copy, call for 1 in custody.
You got a 40 in here?
361, plenty of help. Slow everybody down.
Squad is slow.
Code 4-1 in custody.
Next in English.
I don't know. So we'll probably clear from this. They definitely had enough squads, but you can see how amped up it was.
420, scene is code 4. Suspect is in custody.
The one officer kept asking for assistance, so when you hear an officer at that rate calling for squads, you get there no matter what. So
On scene, he's slow, you can clear. Male is in custody.
Yeah, you made good time.
yeah, we didn't do too bad. And that's just the life of law enforcement. You go from 0 to 60, and then it's back on your way to carry on and see what else we can find. So it's one extreme to another.
Driver's gonna be code 4. Medics for an eval and any squads that are not on scene at 280 and Broadway can slow.
Damn, yeah, look at all them.
Job is always response. They when you hear your partner calling, you respond. So it's great to see, and
361 on 2.
they are on top of their game as always. So
4656, we have a female out here with us.
looks like we got a log jam, so we're gonna try to get out of this real quick.
Copy. So you want sitting on the SWAT car?
I'll have to find some stolens. And while that happened, Roseville was pursuing a vehicle. It was terminated. 2014 Ford Explorer. Didn't come back as stolen.
361, is this going to be 656?
Yeah, I think they terminated at 35 in Broadway.
Okay, going into Minneapolis. When it rains, it pours. That's how today was. I worked earlier with the day shift cat team, and I feel like it would be quiet, and then all of a sudden, as soon as one thing popped, 2 other things popped, and it can't be everywhere at once. So you kind of got to choose based off of severity.
West back eastbound 36 English. 273, 10
Are we code for medics?
Sorry, someone said it was echoing. It's probably our window open. Gets hot after you get the adrenaline pumping, so had to cool Chad off.
Yeah, now sweating. It's a nice shot of the Capitol.
Yeah, there she is.
224 Tango, we're out of jail for
2013.
I see someone asked for the Dorothy Day. I don't know the full background to it, but it's essentially a shelter location for people going through hard times. They recently renovated it, and it's I don't know how many stories, but
I think 4 or 5.
4 or 5 apartment building practically, and they give beds away at I don't know how long if it's weeks or months at a time. So unfortunately, a lot of stuff happens there because it's usually people that are down there are going through a rough patch in life for whatever that may be. I definitely give it up to the officers that work down there. A lot of St. Paul works off duty. That'd be a tough gig to do, but they fill it and they do it routinely. So hats off to them. I don't know if I would have that in me. Obviously, if they needed us, we'd help, but it'd be tough to deal with all the time. And they're dealing with a lot of unique personalities, a lot of different people from walks of life. And, again, that's just some of the tools every cop has, dealing with different situations, different people, and that's what brings success in those types of situations.
833, go ahead.
Send me a AOA at 294 in Dale, Lucky Health and Ramsey. My traffic is up.
What was that other one with dealer plates? CRV?
Nissan Rogue.
Nissan Rogue.
Yeah, so St. Paul had a newer silver Nissan Rogue dealer plates flee from them roughly about 4 o'clock. So we'll be on the lookout for that as well.
Heavy 120, I'll show you quick.
So we just cleared downtown. Now we're in the central district of St. Paul. Right now in Como, coming up to Western. I know a lot of people ask why we give out locations on this. Well, it's not just me out. There's definitely a crew out looking for stuff. So we just want to maybe give them a chance to get out of our way before we find them. It's just a matter of time. And he's stolen. Well, we hope, right?
Yeah, that's the goal.
So how long did you do on patrol, Chad? I know you were out there longer than I was.
About 4.5 years. Just in June, it would be 5 years total.
And you're an FTO, right?
Yep, I just started FTOing for new patrol officers that come out. That was, I think, September I started doing that. So it was short-lived, but I enjoyed it.
Probably one of the tougher jobs in law enforcement.
Yeah, it can be. I think the hardest part of FTOing is standing back and letting people figure it out on their own. Letting them kind of run circles until it clicks in their brain that, you know, maybe what they're doing isn't necessarily the right thing to do in this moment. But the biggest thing is letting people and figuring it out on their own just to really determine if this job is well suited for them.
Which we got a lot of awesome FTOs on our patrol. I know mine, I appreciate the ones I had. Definitely developed me into the cop I am, and you take little bits and pieces from each one. And not even them, your partners, which we have a lot of great partners on our patrol out in the contract cities. I know a lot of them are probably laughing at me right now for being on here talking. So give them a little humor. What's law enforcement without a little razzing of your partners, huh?
It'd be pretty boring, I think.
Yeah, you gotta be able to joke around and healthy joking, right?
Yeah, it's a good stress reliever. You know, you can't, the job's serious enough. You can't take yourself too seriously. You gotta have some sort of stress release, and really that comes down to who you're working with, and, you know, you take care of each other.
About 210, where are you trying to key up?
Yeah, I'm just out with the vehicle. We're code 4 out here.
Copy, 3
Someone on here is asking to define FTO. FTO stands for Field Training Officer. And again, that's the person that's called an FTO is going to be the guy training the new guy coming to patrol. So the new guy is called the trainee, and then the trainer is called the FTO.
Callers report there's someone squatting in the building and they're splitting in the basement. Unknown what the description of the suspect is. Caller does say there's knives and drug paraphernalia around.
I'd say that means a lot when they choose you to be an FTO. Because they're trusting you to train in this fresh new cop. And essentially, you can't teach them everything, right? But the ultimate goal of FTO is to teach someone to be able to work through situations and find the right either tools, answers, solutions to every different call. I was maybe 3 years on patrol, and I still didn't know. It's still learning, and you still, comfort level is just getting there. It takes that long to fill those boots and feel that comfort level that, hey, starting to grasp this. I'm starting to get the hang of it, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it all comes down to stress inoculation. You got to put someone through that stress and make them multitask and just really kind of stress them out, because that's pretty much what the job comes down to. You got a lot. Sometimes you got 4, 5, 6 things going on, and it can get overwhelming, and you gotta learn to kind of put that aside and do what you got in front of you. So. And honestly, that's not really something you can teach. It's just something that that the person needs to experience, and they find out whether or not they're capable of doing it.
118.
118.
It's going to be clear advised with 128.
Copy. Traffic. 4448. 36 west of White Bear. Hotel on Trask.
Try not to make you guys too sick with the road conditions, but it's like driving over big piles of ice on these side roads, and St. Paul plow truck drivers have a big task every year, and unfortunately the side roads are always the last to be cleaned up, because you got to keep the main streets clear for all the traffic. But we like to go on side streets because, as the sheriff said, we know where a lot of people live, where a lot of the stuff happens, and that's where you go to find these vehicles.
Driver in front passenger.
Teddy Cruz occupied by 2 females, driver and passenger.
Catch this plate as we go by.
New westbound Magnolia from Walsh.
Westbound Magnolia from Walsh.
So St. Paul, of course. We're on the other side now. St. Paul, east side, taking off Chevy Cruze. It's just kind of how it works out sometimes.
It is. Go ahead.
Clear this report. Request.
23.
Just cross Edgerton.
Is it coming westbound? Across Edgerton.
You're an agent for someone.
Copy 6 proof.
You're an believe in what?
Susan.
You can send me back that VOC on 6th Street.
Well, maybe try to catch him at Cayuga.
Yeah.
Copy. Step 214.
Again, it's another car that's clear.
223. I'll go with them. That was my call as well.
Copy. Just if you're backing up to 10 over at the Victory parking at 6th Street West. 28.
You got it on. 3.
Yes.
Northbound north,
still they're turning west, north of Maryland, about 2 blocks. That's the accounts here.
Copy, turning westbound, a couple blocks north of Maryland, still dark out.
So they went north of Maryland. Alright. That kind of ruins my plan.
Actually, they went westbound Brainerd.
Alright.
Westbound Brainerd.
We'll cut up Bryce to Maryland, huh?
Yeah, sounds good. So we're floating east. We're gonna try and cut this car off that's fleeing from St. Paul. Sounds like they're darked out. Coming westbound?
Yep. So they're kind of in Tangletown. Roads get a little weird right there, so might give us some benefit. Brainerd's a weird street. Doesn't kind of goes at an angle, so.
Okay.
9170 yourself, 9173, take back. Hey, we were going to get up to Elon. This is going to be a silver Toyota Camry, 4-door municipal license. Hotel North, Kilo 559.
White Chevy Cruze. Not hearing an update though, so.
Yeah, same. I'm on 3.
361, we got 6 at 35 Maryland. Going westbound. Should be on scene.
I see him. So that guy's angry. We're gonna bypass that right now, but that's why you gotta pay attention to drive when you're driving.
Yeah.
Siren, he obviously was looking for a confrontation, but
we got other things going on. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's
113. Neighbors are loud and running through the hall screaming.
4493, I came back from White Bear. I'm sorry, it's Ignited Decrease.
So last I heard was West Maryland. From 35, so I don't know.
westbound Brainerd and Bradley is the last note, so.
Okay.
Phone call request on us.
So we're getting into the area and we'll see what we can do.
2326. I can start thinking with everybody.
That was interesting.
77, what's 187 on?
Yes.
You just never know what you're gonna run into. He came from the sidewalk.
Maybe a burglar at 810 Sherburne. Possibly someone squatting in the basement.
Interesting.
Carry the boss can cancel.
So
that's Sparks.
101, I show you arriving. You want me to show you clear? Just continue en route.
I'm not seeing it. There's a lot of apartments tucked out here, so we're gonna go.
Copy 23.
See what we can do. You got your big flashlight.
So, sounds like nobody's got eyes on this vehicle anymore, so the best course of action is saturate the area and hope that we get lucky for the most part.
200 copy. Thank you.
176, device,
Actually stuck. Huh.
2195.
Did they ever get a plate on that?
Silver Lake Road,
Yep,
County
he
Road
came
E
back
of
clear.
George, X-ray Victor 238. Silver and County Road E. And 2328.
ESH 140. Now it's time to slow things down because there's a lot of places they could tuck it. Well, they only kind of went. There's only one cutover.
Doesn't look like a cruise, but looks like something.
Could be a cruise. There's some cruise hatchbacks, right?
We can hear somebody upstairs.
It's worth a poke.
Happy
There's so
hearing
many
someone
squads in the area.
Come in, hold here.
ESH, right?
Yeah. Well, poke and prod. No, it's Ford Focus, but when you're looking for something, I always check all avenues. Might as well sweep the lot.
8470 EOT.
8470, have a good night at 2329.
We got good coverage around here, so.
Yeah, there's quite a few cops in the area.
226.
Go ahead.
Request to cancel. It's going to be security.
Copy, don't be doing it.
Received. At 2330.
Oh, okay, text me, said Bradley and Lawson.
It's south.
We got one detained. One upstairs. Copy, one detained at 23-3.
So he's thinking he went south.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's just an area he's familiar with or what.
Gotcha. So you can't imagine him blew across. Well, I can imagine a lot of things.
4493 Ron.
2330. 447, Eastern traffic. 2331.
Battle Thunder. Copy, 229, 212, stick together. I'm going to send you over to 6 and Wakuda for a USD. Almost middle plane that's run.
Sport mode off.
Copy.
229 copies.
Copy that.
2331.
Copy that.
281 Tango.
That's 281 Tango.
En route to LEC with one adult male.
LC, adult male, 2331.
Check all these apartment buildings out since we're over here.
One hurt.
Hmm.
197 traffic.
Jeez, half these garages are destroyed.
8197.
All 35 W300 D David Nora Sam Victor 402.
Let's see.
South on 35 you can I rope to David at 2332.
Oh, John Boy David.
Right there. UV 805. Look at that, two of them. Not our. What is the plate again?
Echo something. Echo Sam Henry.
245 LB. What are the odds of that?
Good question.
Well,
two unrelated white Chevy Cruises.
Yeah, not ours. Huh. Weird. Got a little excited. Alright.
Show us clear the LEC.
2333.
Let's see here. There's many places.
8195 status.
to go. APL 289.
363 Tango, I copy just a disturbance. E55 York, 3 vehicles with all the mufflers behind the address. First quarter assist.
37.
Yeah, he said 1039 Bradley. If that means anything to you?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stolen stuff dial there. Haven't really been there lately.
We're going 4 Tango.
314 Tango.
Is there another call and maybe teleserve at the Bradley house here for another missing juvenile?
Affirmative.
At Brittany's place?
Well, we'll just keep checking the area, but right now with
Affirmative, we just took it all of
the amount of squads,
St. Paul's got a good perimeter, it looks like.
Yeah.
What, that white car? That's not a Chevy Cruze, is
You
it?
can clears from our current call, leave 380 on it, and send me that new missing.
Copy.
Copy, go for 2335.
We're going 4 Tango, I'd like you to give me that case number.
Party poopers.
Case number is 011303. 011303.
Yeah, you know, that's the frustrating thing, is sometimes they get away, at least
Copy, thank you.
for the time being.
2335.
Damn, I dropped my bottle.
Anyone's WMMC. Copy. 2335.
Oh, there it is.
Man, there's a possibility it jumps
363
south.
Tango. I see the last comment on 10-8 and doing PCN at the LEC.
Copy.
Okay.
4478 West Airport.
Feeling
188.
God, these roads
Afton
are
Alps.
something else sometimes.
188.
Downhill skiing.
We're going for it.
Copy, code 4, 2336.
Speed that more traffic.
361.
Johnson, Maryland. Custom plate, Delta Whiskey, Echo,
Oh, look at that. Nothing pending. Or my computers.
rare.
Or my computer's just broken.
Happy
Well,
time for Maryland.
It almost leaned towards broken.
Yeah.
20%.
Well, I think we'll probably clear from that. We'll stick in the area. Our luck, something then will happen.
Yeah,
West
over in West District.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Clear, half an hour, 212.
SNR, 2337.
Fogging up in here.
I attribute that to you.
183 arrived.
It doesn't happen when I'm by myself.
I mean, I think I'm breathing too much.
All right, we're gonna clear from this and carry on. See what else the day brings.
That's gotta be what, the third or fourth pursuit since we got out here?
Yeah, it's going.
Friday night.
Now we just gotta time it right.
369 row with
Be in the right area.
71.
Copy.
361.
Copy.
Perfect. All All right, you're gonna go back to the sheriff. Thanks for riding with us. We'll see what we can find.
9170. Can you have the TC call, attempt to call this person and ask if they'll step outside the door?
With us. We'll see what we can find.
9170.
Well, that was enjoyable for me, riding with those guys, huh? In the back seat of Thomas and Chad's car. They did a nice job, but the only thing I was thinking when I was watching their screen, we were actually going to the same calls, but the only thing I was thinking watching their screen was that show that the little kid says, "Faster, Daddy, faster." Yeah, they were moving. They were moving to those calls. And all of our CAT team members are highly trained drivers, both in emergency vehicle operations, but also pit maneuvers. And they've all been involved in dozens of pursuits. Probably the most highly trained group of drivers collectively as a whole. In fact, there they are. There they are. The Durango squad. And obviously we put Chad a little bit in a tough spot. He did a great job, but never fun to your first day in the unit.
Absolutely.
You broadcast to 10,000 televisions. And, Thomas always does a great job. He'll probably be the, when you're thinking about one of the main stars of any daytime program. Thomas Siegelstrom has to jump out, don't you?
Oh, he gets some top billing for sure.
Yeah. So we're gonna send you back to Nicole. Hey, this kid came out to say hi. Hey,
how you doing?
Everything good?
How you doing? Good.
Just
saying hi.
Oh, saying hi. That wasn't a Chevy Cruze he was driving, was it? So in a minute here, we're going to send you back to Nicole. We got Nicole's transmission was getting a little bit gritty, so to speak. So we pulled it over to Thomas.
I've got eyes on the lot. Watching southwest right now, the back door.
We're over at Payne and Case, eastbound on Case. Still looking for the car of the night that fled already. Why don't you give that description again, Pat?
The Sonata?
Yeah.
It's a black Hyundai Sonata. Plate is BAV 188. Boy Alpha Victor 188. And Brunson's Pub right there in the corner, I saw they got billing as one of the among the top 25 bars.
Well, that's good. You want to give a shout out to your favorite three?
Nope.
Go ahead. Oh, you don't want people to know where you're going. I got it. All right, Nicole, we're going to, by the way, on that call, I know Thomas mentioned it down at the Dorothy Day Center. Certain times of the day and night when shifts are overlapping, there's a lot of available squads. 2 days ago at that shooting at Jimmy Lee, because it was the time it was 4:15, 4:30, there was many cars, and here before midnight there were many cars down there. I don't think I've seen that many squad cars in one place.
It's been a long time.
On a call, as the Dorothy Day call.
Right.
I mean, see,
it's reassuring to know as a cop that if you need help,
yeah, everybody's coming.
Yep.
Everybody's coming.
That's where it's right there.
Somebody's yelling at somebody here. You all right, ma'am? Okay. She didn't look too happy, did she?
No.
No, we heard it. We heard a man yelling though, and I had to make sure he wasn't yelling at you. Do you hear him?
Oh, that guy? No, he's not yelling at me.
You're,
Okay.
You bet.
You're welcome.
Let me know. 9170. She's asking if you're in the front.
Who is he yelling at? Still snowing here. 19 degrees here in the beautiful capital city of St. Paul. There's some squads going home now at midnight.
3-2, we're code 4.
That's why I say before midnight you got, and then of course another group goes home at 2. There's no secret there if you listen to it. That's why Pat and I like working past 2.
Put a little bit of extra.
A greater need for us.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a red soul.
Where? It's not red though.
What color is it?
That one's.
Or West Coast Midnight EOT Squad 161.
Pat has.
At night, I've got color vision problems.
Pat has rose-colored glasses on, so every car's red.
What is that?
I think it's like a
Oh
gray.
God, that wasn't even anywhere close to red.
No, but here's the good news. In that light, it looked like a yellow one.
Any other West Squads for Midnight EOT?
It had the red light over top of it. Okay.
Yeah, it was. So,
I'll give myself a minor pass on that one.
yeah. So who do the Vikings got this weekend?
Oh Lord.
Oh, that's disappointing.
1599
And we know
breaking my heart since 1960.
We know New York is one of our top states and top cities. So go ahead. If you're from New York, you're listening up. Go ahead and brag a little bit. We need to know who you are so we can block you.
09.
No, we only block Philadelphia fans.
Maryland and Earl. Foxtrot Zulu Romeo 535.
Maryland and Earl.
No, it's a very sad ending to a great season.
Stopping somebody right here at this corner.
I will always remember, everybody remember the greatest comeback in NFL history. Right?
Yep.
Greatest comeback in NFL history. Squad here, just pull the car over. Just take a peek, make sure it doesn't look too dangerous of a situation. FCR. What do we got there? Hard to say, we might just hang in the area. Very tinted windows, definitely an illegal window tint. Right?
Yes, indeed.
However, they're... What was hanging from the mirror there, Pat? What do you think that was?
Couldn't tell.
Sorry, updates on the call.
Traffic stops are actually statistically one of the most dangerous things for police officers. Of course, right up there is domestics, the Riverside, those California officers.
Alright, I copy check the 911 hang up 738 Wilson. Within 19 meters of 2347.
Yeah, code 4 or not. It's good just to let the driver and the passengers know that there's backup around. Because I don't see another officer in the car, right? You bet. He advised the driver, and the driver was on his way, so we were on our way as well. Is there any New York fans bragging about the Giants?
Safety 183, clear assist.
2649.
Pedestrian. On the right.
No, I can see that. I should have acknowledged. You hate when people don't answer the radio.
Oh.
That's your pet peeve.
It really is.
When somebody says something on the radio and nobody responds, like, let the person know that you actually heard their transmission, right?
Exactly.
That's because you're a kind person. The rest of us are all waiting for you to do it. Hey, did you see remember that? Oh, you weren't working last night, but last night.
Is anyone near Case Arcade?
That'd be us.
12523, I'm assuming.
I can't find the radio. My radio.
Yeah.
23. David John Mary 124.
I just want to check your take off on for me through the alleyway. Call the skinny guy wearing all dark color clothing. Just trying to see if I can find him again.
Was that where the guy was yelling? Jason Arcade?
Yeah. A little north of that. But you're probably the same guy.
Silver Mercury, no place, no time.
Clear.
So Nicole Sparks is asking for somebody to swing by. She's there's a guy there in Thomas.
Spot 319.
Which alley you see?
Copy.
High traffic, Open Cat with 2765.
Just south of Case, between Case and Standby.
I see him.
Oh, there he is.
Case and Sims, the one that runs east and west.
We're behind her, tell her.
We're right behind you. Is it that guy on the west side of the street?
That bigger Asian male? No.
We'll follow you to the guy. Pretty sure that's her, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
She's got the blue car.
You can send me that DOC. I dealt with the female party yesterday.
Second Lieutenant, the Doctor Plaza, 1726 Street, Eastbridge.
A1916 at King Adam Robert 082.
Black female, 35 years old, has blue hair, black puffy jacket.
5186 area.
Copy.
This alley, huh? Office is behind us.
It's over to Adam.
Yeah, we're checking the area for an injured deer. 726 Maple Hills Drive.
Was it just a suspicious guy, or what was happening?
Yes.
Was he walking, checking?
Said he was suspicious and wanted to check him out. Don't know the specifics.
Squad 223 traffic.
Did you ever hear the story about the frog that was stuck in the rut?
University Park.
Never heard that one.
Foxtrot Tango with.
You know, like the ruts in the road like this?
Mm-hmm.
It's a parallel. It's not really in the Bible, but there's a story about a frog that was stuck in the rut.
University Record
It's a metaphor for life. I mean, we're out of the rut now, but we were in it back there. And there's a frog down in the rut, and there's a frog on top of the rut. And the frog on top of the rut was saying, what are you doing down in the rut? I said, well, I don't know. I'm in a rut. I'm hopping. Oh, this thing up here. It's a metaphor of life, of course. And should come out of the rut. Well, some people just get stuck in the rut. And he said, well, it's gonna, it leads me to get out of it, you know?
Right.
Too much work just to jump out of it. Might take a little effort to get out of the rut, right?
Indeed.
So the frog kept hopping in the rut until he saw a truck coming. He said, I'm getting the hell out of this rut. The moral of the story is sometimes we don't make changes in life until there are no other options, right?
True.
If we have too many options, we don't make the change. We need to find out we have a...
Like a motor vehicle, suspect plate is going to be Charlie Golf Papa 904 coming back on a 2014 black Ford.
Either, you know, our loved one is going to leave us, we have health issues, we have financial... I mean, the point is that we shouldn't wait in life for the truck to be coming before we decide to get out of whatever rut we might be.
Make the change before that time comes.
Right, make the change. We're going to send you back to Nicole. Make sure she monitors this. We're coming back now. As soon as Pat reminds me of which camera it is.
Right.
Starper 280. David John Mary 124. EWI arrest code 4.
It's on Kyle's thing.
6921. Just verifying you have one in custody for DW.
Camera 5.
Camera 5.
Street, should we cut the update? We'll be 10-8. 8843.
8843.
Can you show me on a 201 San Road E2? Be doing a investigation.
Hey, sure.
Minnesota temporary tag 0.
Alright, thank you. Welcome back. I hope this view is a little bit better. I had to adjust my phone mount on there a little bit.
01781-822.
So hopefully it's a little bit better.
Affirmative.
Hard to tell when you're in here by yourself and it's at a weird angle, so I apologize for the inconvenience. We're on the east side of St. Paul.
That temporary tag is coming back clear, registering back on a 2016 Audi S4 to a Ryan Thomas Barber out of Minneapolis.
Westbound Maryland here at Edgerton.
Affirmative. If he's got a couple of warrants, he fled for me recently. We'll be trying to take him into custody inside the store.
Yeah, it does look like there's also a cop alert.
Yeah, it should be for me.
Yeah.
So New Brighton is definitely one of our most proactive departments in Ramsey County. They're not the busiest with calls for service, but they definitely are one of the busiest when it comes to proactivity by their officers. Right now they are doing an investigatory stop on a vehicle
I had one resisting. I'm trying to take him into custody.
and a person at a gas station.
Start holding gas station 201 detail.
Yeah, you went 9704. There.
Yeah, 197, copy that. Rico 4, holding custody, canceling the 10, 12359.
The driver had previously fled from that specific officer before, so he knew who he was. Saw him going to the gas station, wanted to grab him in the gas station to prevent a pursuit. I know the sheriff has really talked on this a lot, but being safe about what we do, trying to minimize pursuits and mitigate the risk that goes to us and the public. So if you can see someone going into a gas station, grab them in a gas station before them getting back into a vehicle and potentially fleeing. It's definitely a good option. But that specific officer had previously issued a COPS alert, which is an alert on a person or a vehicle for an attempt to locate. COPS alert stands for Keep Our Police Safe. So it's COPS with a K. So great work by New Brighton.
363 Tango. 363 Tango. Transporting one male juvenile to the jail.
We're coming up to Rice Street here. I love working Rice Street. It's very, very busy no matter what time of day or no matter what day of the week. It's busy. It's a main corridor for people to travel to and from St. Paul to the other contract cities and such, but I like working Rice Street. I always have.
We're going to 1541 East 7th on this domestic.
Okay, 218.
Copy, I'll roll down that way. In East St. Paul, chaotic background, female arguing with her male partner. Sounds like it might be physical from there. Females screaming. So we'll float that way. We're quite a ways away, and they've already got a couple St. Paul squads.
Squad 319.
But we'll float that way, see if something happens with it.
Did you get the name for the caller?
Definitely not enough recognition goes to our dispatchers and our call takers. Just gonna check on this car, make sure it's not the one that fled from St. Paul a half hour ago. Not, but it started with the same letter, so got my hopes up for nothing. Back to our dispatchers and our call takers. You know, when we get dispatched to a call, we have some idea of what's going to go on or what type of call we're going to. When our dispatcher or call takers are taking calls from the public, they have absolutely no idea what's going to be on the other line. Is it a medical? Is it a domestic, or is it a barking dog complaint? They really have to be quick on their feet and really have a good understanding of their job and what questions to ask and the best procedure for handling these calls to get the best information from our call takers and get that out to us as fast as possible. So, you know a dispatcher, give them a thank you and let them know that their hard work is greatly appreciated by everyone. I've got my stop sticks in my front seat ready for someone to push a fleeing vehicle my way. I know the sheriff had talked about...
Nicole, we're good here. There's 2 St. Paul spots right now.
Copy. I'm just going to try to catch up to this Hyundai here. I couldn't tell if the back window was intact or not. It's kind of hard to tell when it's a certain time of day. The lighting hits things kind of weird. And but it looks intact now that I can see the light coming off of it. So that is good news. Another false alarm. But that reminds me, I do need to go do an address check on a house that I checked yesterday for a stolen vehicle. It actually came out originally as a welfare check, but it included a Hyundai with a broken window, so we'll go check that. As I was saying, I know the sheriff talked about Sergeant Suki's stop stick deployment yesterday, but he has a knack for finding exactly where these suspect vehicles are going to go, and basically beating them to the punch. He's got a crazy number of successful stop stick deployments. He's probably close to 40 now after the 10 that he's gotten in the last month and a half. So
4481, 4458. 801. And 4458. North of the Ramsey County Care Center on an alarm. Cops waiting at the main entrance. We're in the building, and the alarms are going off. Pump security waiting in a vehicle.
St. Paul got dispatched to kind of an odd call yesterday. A third-party call.
Anthony, we're fighting with what? Anthony, fighting with what?
Sheriff, you gotta take the sound back.
I'm done saying nice things about you then.
Yeah.
All right.
What did you say the guy did?
He flipped on him. So we're out here on this domestic, and we're backing up the squads here. And there's 3 officers inside. Turned out he didn't comply. And so the officers inside said they were wrestling. So needless to say, Pat and I were headed in to assist. Another squad arrived, and 4 officers took him into custody.
Yes, they did.
Very nicely. We got a very big group here. We're gonna pull out of here, and they're searching them right next to us. And a little wrestling match. A wrestling match on the floor of a house, never too much fun, of course. Give me a little shot. See the suspect over there being searched in the back of the
zoom in a little bit.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. We thought it was going to be okay. There was 5 officers here, so I told Nicole we're all good.
And not, 30 seconds later?
Yeah.
We're fighting with one.
Yeah. We didn't actually go hands-on in this case because we were outside the door.
And they were right inside the door.
Was that camera bouncing around, or why does
I don't know what's up with that.
Maybe it's trying to center itself. Pull it down a little bit.
Oh, what do you mean?
No, yes, pull those 2 fingers. Because you. Oh, that's kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna zoom back out.
Yeah. So. All's well that ends well. Officers go into these domestics trying to, if there isn't a direct assault, trying to negotiate. And Nicole, sorry to pulling it away from you. I just
getting a ride to adult female to 728 Marshall Avenue, starting mileage 59.
I got the mirror. Put her on the car.
There you have it. Nicole, I'm coming back to you. I don't even know if you knew we were. Actually, we're going to go to Mike. We're going back to Mike. Mighty Mike. We haven't been with Mighty Mike for a while. So. Even the ones without the snow are bad.
No. Teeth rattling.
You know, you might be one of the nicest people I know.
Well, thank you.
Did I mention easy to be around?
I appreciate that. And we are with Mike. We are on 4 cameras.
We're on 4 cameras. So on 4 cameras, we're going to go to Mighty Mike Martin. 3M. We'll call him 3M.
Well, you're
the big 3M.
You're very easy to work with.
Well, I'm not as easy as you are. I apologize for that, but you know, it's lonely at the top. I'm lucky to have a 100% supportive spouse. You know,
very much so.
100%. And just a, I always say she's the smartest person I know. Kyle's the smartest man, but my wife is really got good instincts about right and wrong, kindness, and giving me really good ideas in a timely fashion.
She's a brilliant woman.
Just when it comes to good advice, I'm not saying it's 100%, but like 95, 98, right in there, But it's really close to 100. So, anyhow, we're sending it back to Mike for a little bit.
Equipment violations, it sounded like, and it wasn't worth risking the pursuit. About the same time, the direction where they lost that car, there was a rollover on Highway 280, and so it's a good thing they weren't chasing a car through where there was just a rollover. So we're now in the city of New Brighton. New Brighton is in the northwest part of the county. It's a relatively small city, but it's got a lot of residential areas, and as well as commercial areas. We're gonna get off here on Silver Lake Road. New Brighton has a lot of newer, younger officers, and they've been doing a lot of proactive work, as Nicole said earlier, and working on traffic. They also have a car that's dedicated for doing DWI enforcement, similar to what Alex is doing for us now. Sorry about the sound of the wipers there. It was a little drier than I thought. The snow's falling down here intermittently. So we're getting off here in on Silver Lake Road in New Brighton. One of the busier spots up here is always this Cowboy Jack's restaurant. It's one of my favorite places to eat too. Good music, and people enjoy the company there. They're very community oriented. They have a lot of community fundraisers and community events here. I actually attended a fundraiser for the Irondale Youth Hockey up here on, when was it? Last weekend.
Copy, staying en route. 2165, the suspect in your poll is a Christian Juarez, Hispanic male, born in 92, 5'10", heavy build, no shirt. Does have a firearm lost or mistake in the bedroom.
It's a new apartment building going up. It sounds like it'll be a mix of different housing, market rate, and some more affordable housing.
Traffic with Juliet Echo Alpha 771 Sycamore and Rice.
Just check on the clerks here at the BP. Looks like they're closed for the night. must have a lot of lights on. So you saw earlier when the St. Paul squad lost the white Chevy Cruze on the east side. Basically, squads swarmed into that area from all over looking for that car. And unfortunately, it somehow ducked away or was tucked back in a lot maybe that we didn't see. But that's the kind of teamwork that really leads to being able to apprehend stolen vehicles and suspects who flee on foot. We're one of the agencies in the area that has a robust drone program. We have drones that are tremendous assets for us in looking for lost people, for checking water incidents before the boats can get there. It gives us an opportunity to go out and on thin ice without having to send people or vehicles out there and risk their safety. We can send a drone out, fly out, and see what the situation is.
On domestic 1150 Cushing Circle, permit 317. Mother is an alcoholic and she keeps starting fights with the caller and the neighbors. Caller would like her removed. Name is going to be Keenan Santia. She's a 61-year-old female.
77 county.
The drones also help us keep our officers safe when they're out looking through a wooded area or maybe a large field with tall grass. The drone can go ahead and make sure they're not going to be ambushed by a suspect that's waiting to attack them when they come through. It also protects the canines.
2480 Fairview Avenue North, Lucky 13. An alarm covering the rear service door.
I'm going to take a left here and go north on Long Lake Road. We're still in the city of New Brighton, and we're headed towards the city of Mounds View.
Especially the special rail is thrown up in the corner. Don't know the inside or outside. Black male wearing dark gray hoodie, blue jeans, black shoes, red shoelaces. At 20.
Earlier this week, we were talking some of the officers, deputies that have been around a long time. We were talking about how we didn't have GPS. When we started, we didn't have squad computers so that we knew where we were going. We had to really pay attention to the radio, and we had to know our districts well. But we also had old Hudson maps or map books that we would look through if there was an address that we didn't know.
Back 2220 Skillman Avenue East on the first floor. An assault male in the hallway beating a female with a gun. You can hear her screaming for help.
So that call was in the city of Maplewood, where it's the other end of the county, so we won't be going there unless they call for help.
We're headed to that Skillman call with the guy beating the woman with the gun. 7 Alpha.
I'm going to start wandering that way. Pat just got on the air and said that he and the sheriff are headed that way, and as well as Sergeant Suki. and we're going to go back to the sheriff and Pat, and they're on their way to that call.
Suspect in your fault, black male, tall, dreadlocks, no shirt, jogging pants.
Sorry.
Should live home on the Louisiana case.
Copy.
4469. 4469. Nothing else to LTC.
Tall black male, dreadlocks, no shirt, jogging pants.
We're back. If you want to tell the viewers where we're headed.
We're headed to 2220 Skillman Avenue on a report of a suspect beating a woman with a gun. Now he's knocking on the complainant's door.
Expecting the North St. Paul car to be there. It technically isn't North St. Paul, right?
Correct.
3,900 cars are going.
Correct.
There's also, who else assigned themselves? One of our county cars.
Yep.
Assigned themselves. So we're right here. We got to break down here.
That's on East, right?
This is in the apartment building?
Yes.
Sneak in here a little bit. Been here a few times recovering stolen cars in the lot. Let's not get shot in the parking lot, huh?
Nope.
What's the numbers on that apartment?
2220.
2220. What's that one there?
His vehicle does slow in the with the back.
10 seconds out.
There's a squad right here.
Copy. Dispatch calling the County 110-1.
Ask her which one it is. Which one is it?
Okay.
Is this the only way to get there?
Okay.
We're going to let you guys go in the front. We'll go to the parking lot. Is that a squad going in there?
Yep, I think so. I think that's
maybe we better stay with them, huh?
Yep.
Better stay with her. Yeah, look, we were gonna go to the back and let the two cars go in the front.
I'm on the Ramsey East channel.
You see something? You're just running. We're gonna go to the back. This looks like that. I think the other North St. Paul went to the back. This is where I've usually been, in the back here. But it's really closer to the parking lot, which is probably where he parked.
Squad 214 and 225.
Lake County has outside on reserve for pursuit.
It's going to be a Insurance Auto Auction, 1280 at Jackson Street for a motor vehicle theft. Your company has a live visual of a trespasser trying to enter a vehicle in the lot. This is a thermal camera.
This is the building right on our left, Pat.
Yep, that's it.
Lake County has LTAC 1031 and
I'm on Skillman side. Where are you?
pursuit.
I think your partner's in. Your partner's inside if you want to get in there and help her. I don't. She went in the front door. She parked on the street.
Have a call from a recovered property.
30 check status. 10-4 passing 336.
84 shows control. Looks like it's tracking with Siri. Expect them. I will give him a call.
5306.
How often he gets updates?
Just west or just east of your location.
Well, let's see if we can get it. She'll go to the front there, hopefully.
We're coming up to you. We're in the right lane.
Two people that are going to be on the property for the third.
Right here.
You got a knife?
Yep.
3934 to 3939 southeast of the building.
We're going to be in the back of the building here.
And they were able to get into the vehicle. It's going to be an SUV. The vehicle is not currently moving. Trying to get further.
3930 comes advising that he no longer hear anybody in the hallway. That was a prayer. 12.
We're on the north side of the building. I'm not hearing anything. We're making anything.
And just for info, there was a vehicle that was just stolen from the insurance auto auction 1280 Jackson. The vehicle is now leaving.
Copy, I can already fit on Lake Church, you got the 7.
In Twin 4, unknown make and model of the SUV. You believe that the vehicle is still going to be inside, adjacent to the fence line at Norpeck Road. They did provide the gate code in your call. 31 minutes.
122, I'm 28, ending mileage 62.
PD for further testing, starting mileage 396.
$210 in the area.
Copy, 210 in the area. 31 minutes.
I'm just pulling up. It looks like a bunch of vehicles just came out of Jackson Street going southbound. They're trucks and trailers pulling vehicles. Is that what we're looking for?
3934.
635. For the alarm company, they said that they saw a trespasser trying to enter a vehicle in the lot. They said it was going to be an SUV. Unknown if it's going to be a truck or trailer. They don't know the make and model or color.
Okay, I'm gonna head back down. Looks like there's one vehicle sitting up in the park at the top of the driveway here. Head back down.
Copy 635, heading back down. There's a vehicle parked.
Challenge M1.
13. Snelling all the way down. They take off.
So, party
Across the 20th Avenue going south, it's a dead end.
apparently not in there at this point. But
He says he's refreshed it multiple times. It hasn't moved in approximately 30 minutes. He thinks that it might be a little to whichever direction the car wash is at this way, more that direction.
so we're gonna hang in the area. The squad, the two North St. Paul officers are gonna try to talk to the complainant, see what they can find out. He could be hiding in a building somewhere. But
that's what she was talking about, just FYI.
We're now westbound 28th Avenue from 90th Street. Westbound 28th from 90th. 28th Avenue, 28. 10-4, westbound 28th from 90th.
actually, let me have that radio. Let's a second.
Do you have a caller shut out or an apartment they were calling from?
Yeah, this is the.
I'm on the phone with her right now. She's pretty adamant about not being identified.
Okay.
You guys are familiar with the Graham address down there too, correct?
I am not. If you could give me that, please.
I'll give it to you.
1730. Names, but it's a couple of our kids.
Hey! Give that back to me. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Yeah, it's the complex at 1730 Graham there that Ramon Williams moved there with his family. We got a was supposedly eastbound.
Sorry,
Chase.
westbound.
Oh, okay. Thought we were coming our way. They said we were coming eastbound on 10, but turn.
Looks like we're gonna stop here.
273
Central, I'll be stopping.
I don't think they're not coming our way.
No, they are not.
I'm a little uneasy about this call here, to be honest with you.
Gunpoint. Gunpoint.
You say check on flight? I thought he said it's a gunfight.
That's what I thought he said at first too.
That can't be.
753, 706, looks like 755 relevant.
My antenna came loose.
Bat's antenna came loose, folks. That's a crisis.
Yeah, this does bother me a little bit.
Usually,
you want to hold back for traffic or block
it's one thing to have a few screws loose. It's another thing to have the whole antenna. Whole antenna. This is a lot going on a lot of different channels tonight, folks. And we're doing our very best.
A lot of the stuff you hear is nowhere near where we are. A lot of times people wonder, why aren't they going and getting in on that? Well, because it's a long ways away.
There we go.
Contact with the mail in the apartment.
Contact with the mail in the apartment. We told our county car to stick around here because in anticipation of this moment, it'd be good to have some backup from one of our county cars, and they did. Glad they stayed there long enough to figure out what the hell is going on. So, I don't know, maybe we can... Somebody's in the back of the building too.
Class. You can clear myself at 9-5 and we'll take that.
We gotta talk to the owners of this apartment about their shovel responsibility.
No kidding.
Copy. 872, quality northwest.
None of the sidewalks are shoveled.
30-year-old male overdose, unconscious. Possible vaginal breathing.
Yes, just if they can still see him, so we'll make entry into the lot. They can walk straight to him.
So we know there's two North St. Paul officers out there, and one county officer, and they're with her to help them.
3934.
We have one in custody. You can cancel the someone.
Oh, good. They got him in custody.
10-1's canceled. No traffic.
There goes the red Kia Soul.
That's
Don't tell me it's something
HHR. Chevy HHR. But good eyes.
They like those too.
Yep. Remember that white one?
128. Advise 1024.
I think a car should have a name, not a bunch of initials.
Her. A Chevy Her.
It must stand for something. So now they got one in custody. You think they'll bring him out the back door? It's a long way. It's a lot of snow. There's really, literally no sidewalk in the front. I tell you what, we're just gonna go in with this guy. Tell him. Why don't you tell him to hold the door?
Say, could you hold the door for a sec, please?
We'll be back.
635. Airline company is saying that the vehicle is at the southernmost part of Norpac Road. They're getting heat signature, meaning the lights are still on in that vehicle.
Okay, we'll check it out.
43 minutes.
8195, update line or outside.
Copy.
Traffic. 10-4 driver detained, dropping the patch. Clay County is removing patch between Clay Main, LTAC 1, the authored one. Through.
8195, we have a pulse, 1 dose of Narcan administered. Yeah, we have a pulse, 1 dose of Narcan administered, 44 minutes. Still agonal breathing. Copy, still agonal breathing now, 44 minutes.
Six or five.
65.
We're gonna have several squads go into the lot and several stay out. Can the caller kind of direct us in? The south fence runs east to west and it's kind of a long distance, and there's numerous cars on the south side. So if they could give us a little bit better location, that'd be appreciated.
Copy. I say 45 minutes.
$270. We'll be at the entrance of the other lot on the north side.
At the entrance of the lot by north side.
Code 4. Code 4 in the stop. 46 minutes.
Your alarm company is saying that there is an officer in the right area and the vehicle's behind them. It's going to be the officer that just entered the NORPAC gate.
Alright, well, there's about 4 people that just went in the gate, and we have squads all over the parking lot. So, can they at least give us a little bit more vehicle color, how many cars down from the gate it is?
Stand by.
$273 Apache Central.
Bye-bye, it's 47 minutes.
All right, we're going to be inside with North St. Paul looking for the gun. The party was arrested, taken out a different door. I don't know if you saw him, but he's gone. But the gun is in the apartment somewhere. So Pat's in there helping search. And I'm going to send it over to, I guess I'm going to send it to someone. So they can, Nicole or...
Can you put us on investigate on our writing case?
Nicole or Thomas. Just going to send it to one of you.
We'll be out with Minnesota license plate. Squad 223. I see that the rows are marked with letters like DC, FE, N. Is the alarm
And I'll be
company
back.
able to locate
I'm
one
going
of
to go help
those
search for
and
the
tell us which one of
gun,
provide help
domestic
to get a better
assault,
location?
2 little kids in there.
4458, 4469. 4469. 89 Century Avenue North on a disorderly. Male outside yelling, everybody coming in and out. Has a gardening hoe in his hand. White male, 40s, unknown clothing description. Unknown if he lives in the building. Ongoing issue occurred 2 days ago as well.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
5-8 Blake, 3 Blake.
Sheriff is out there doing
6-man copy. 36 and 61.
some real police work.
Suspect is most likely
I'm still
Raymond
trying to find something.
Highly PIC. Copy, Raymond McFarland, Highly PIC. For an ambulance.
Just rolled past a known drug house in St. Paul. Recognized a couple cars from there that frequented a known drug house in Maplewood when I worked there. So
49 minutes.
It's unfortunate to see that they're kind of still up to their old habits. I'd like to think that people are getting the help that they need.
There's an officer with the right vehicle. I'm still trying to discuss with the TC and the alarm company to make sure that we can try to pinpoint which officer.
Hear their habits. St. Paul is out on a call right now at an auction yard. The owner or complainant has video of people that they believe were stolen. They're out there checking. Got to make sure that there's a vehicle stolen. Work on the suspect.
Returning your evidence. Copy. 4 Tango Strong, you're riding 1408 Park Street for that harasser.
There's a lot of address checking in this job when it's slower. So if everyone wants to say the quiet word 3 times, maybe we can get something going. But that is part of the job, is checking some of these known addresses and known hotspots that we have, trying to recover stolen vehicles or pick up people that we know have warrants that are in connection with some of these vehicles and these crime issues that we're having.
125.
It's not the most glamorous part of the job, but
And we're on to HQ with evidence.
it makes you work, or it creates work for you, so that's good. Well, there is a male that I'm looking for that is in connection with a couple stolen vehicles I recovered this week, or helped recover. One was Sergeant Suki's, if you can assume. But he provided the keys to a stolen vehicle to his younger sibling.
Downhill East for UOC.
Knowing the vehicle is stolen. And then I found another stolen vehicle in connection with him the following day.
538, 534 Tango, all negative.
He's got, I think, 9 active warrants. Most of them being felonious, one of them being simple robbery. So it would be very nice to pick him up on his warrants and charge him appropriately for being in possession of a stolen vehicle. He's about 15 years older than his juvenile siblings, so taking advantage of younger kids like that doesn't really sit right with me. Fortunately, we're gonna take one of the juveniles and try to put them in a diversion program. Get them some of the help and guidance and structure that they need. The other juvenile is already in a diversion program, so hopefully we're going to touch base with the coordinators over there and see what's going on with that. We've got my radio up, there's just nothing going on right now. We could play music in the car that wouldn't be a copyright issue, but unfortunately that's not a possibility.
.44, clear traffic. Copy. 54 minutes.
I'm about 3 streets away from the address I'm trying to check.
For 91 hang up, that's going to be within 15 meters.
but I'm just combing through some of these side streets, making sure that nothing sticks out to me, like a stolen vehicle stuff, and we can recover.
Go ahead.
Disregard.
Disregard. 55.
Copy. Can you start me a DOC at 629 Rice? Sounds like there might be a little fighting going on inside.
Just make sure you guys can see it, see what I'm talking about.
Charlie.
New message.
So it comes back clear to this address, but obviously with the taped up window, and I'm going to assume that the steering column is busted out as well. Acceptable to being stolen again because they don't even have to break a window. All they have to do is cut through the plastic that they've put up on there, so it's a shame.
Your caller calls back from the same 911 cell phone number. He said he did never mind, he just needed the heater that disconnected. We were unable to see if he needed fire. Please connect.
Copy. I'll give him a call. What is that 911?
So here's another one.
From 911.
Copy. I'll make contact with him.
57.
New message. New message.
So again, we got a broken out window here, if you can see it with my light, but it registers back to this address. So again, I'm assuming it was stolen and is now back to its rightful owner. So that's 2 in a block and a half radius over here, and that's, like I said, part of the reason why I'm combing some of these side streets over here, because obviously it's an issue.
365.
365.
Working in progress domestic, 979 Uranium, the lower unit. I was intoxicated boyfriend at the back door, pounding on the window. It's going to be James, 32-year-old Hispanic male, 5'7", wearing a gray jacket, glasses, possibly on the warrant.
365, copy.
8 minutes.
321, you can cancel and we'll actually take that call.
Copy, 365, I'll show you clear.
Copy, thank you.
15 minutes.
One nice benefit of working for the county is we have a real-time information crew.
9173 traffic.
It's called Center, but or real-time communication.
Gray BMW, 3600 block of Hoffman.
I don't remember what it actually stands for now that I'm put on the spot, but
3600 block of Hoffman, gray BMW, no plate.
But one nice thing is that I can send them names or license plates, and they provide me with information directly related to that person or that vehicle, such as citations that were issued, calls that they were involved in, license plate reader hits.
Report 538-526-910-420.
I use them a lot. I get a lot of information from them. Makes my job a lot easier, provides me with the most information that I can get before I make a stop on a vehicle.
Felonies for second degree assault and domestic.
Copy. Four 458 area. Zero 100.
So squads are being dispatched to a call where a male has a second degree assault warrant out of Ramsey County. The second degree assault portion comes from deadly or dangerous weapon. Could be anything from a
4469 about.
screwdriver used in an assault to a vehicle or a firearm. A firearm is probably what most people think of for the most part, but I have charged people with second degree assault with a motor vehicle when they try to run someone over. And I saw one the other day for a hammer.
I don't know, have any area, not finding anyone here.
Copy 69, not finding anyone in Illinois. Squad 286.
Clear advised at 217 and 273.
Advise at 101.
This gas station up here, the Holiday, squads are out on a disorderly party, or two parties actually that were fighting, but the crime at this Holiday has really picked up over the last couple years. I remember when I worked at Transit, we would go there for coffee, and there wouldn't be any issues that I could really think of. And now they're pulling stolens out of there every week, multiple times a week. There's narcotics sales happening all the time. So this Kia right here has a broken window. I'm just gonna go make sure that the plate comes back clear
369.
and that it's not a stolen.
Go for the stop.
This is clearly a busy place over here for once stolen and now recovered vehicles.
New message.
So the driver is the registered owner.
There's a one. Male class 1 West 9. He's not.
But that's good. The vehicle's not stolen.
321 roll with them in the alley.
West Maryland Alley.
When was your car stolen? When was your car stolen?
On my birthday, on the 7th.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. When did you get it back?
Same day.
Same day?
Yeah, you want to see the card from the police officer?
No, you're the registered owner. You're all good. I just wanted to make sure your car wasn't hot, but
210.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I
210.
police officer behind me, that's why I pulled over.
yeah, it's nuts. Hopefully they change some of the ignition stuff and they don't make it so easy for car thieves to steal these cars, so.
Yeah, it got stolen off of Victoria and Edmond.
Down, okay, I gotcha.
Terrible, and then they found it off of, all the way on the east side off of Jinx in Jackson.
They have any suspect information at all?
No.
Nothing?
They say it was like a whole bunch of
Kids?
12128.
Yeah, a bunch of kids. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, my guy.
Yeah, I do deliveries for Gold
Sure.
Club, so you know it's kind
Yep.
Run suspicious 1345 Marshall Avenue on the
Yeah.
holiday. In the back lot.
Yeah, and your car's out there all the time, too, now.
Black documents and parking outside of
Yeah, I feel you.
Possibly an Explorer has a pin light.
get money and get this window fixed ASAP.
Your insurance gonna come? Seriously?
I didn't have it at the time.
Okay.
So how about Christmas, my birthday, then my daughter's birthday, then her birthday party? I didn't have the money for.
I get it. I get it.
Of course.
Stretch thin. Yep. They really kick you when you're down, too.
Yeah, then I had car problems.
Happy to it, check.
Started smoking.
Thank you.
So when it went outside, I got.
Yeah, 121, I can just show you clear.
But when it dried, my car's perfectly fine.
That sucks.
Okay.
That sucks. Well, be safe, my guy, okay? Yeah, have a good night. So this poor young man got his vehicle stolen on his birthday. Fortunately, they were able to, but he wasn't able to afford insurance at the time that his vehicle was stolen. So now
And that's coming back clear to
the damage that was done when the vehicle was stolen is on his dime.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but in the state of Minnesota, you do need to have insurance on your vehicle to operate your vehicle on the roadway. That's to protect you, to protect others, to help with costs when things happen. So if you don't have it and you're driving, make sure you get it taken care of. It gets expensive, but if something happens, it'll help you cover some of the costs. But just a friendly reminder to make sure you're being nice to people. I mean, my job's a little bit different. I come in contact with a lot of people, and I have the opportunity a lot more to reach out to people and kind of extend a little olive branch with things, but a smile, a wave, anything. I mean, just make sure you're being nice to people and taking care of each other. You don't know what people are going through. So that was the Holiday gas station I was originally talking about, where the crime has gotten kind of...
John Tom Pig 664. There's a call placed here for a suspicious of kids digging through vehicles.
Copy. So Thomas and Chad and Sergeant Suki are out on Arkwright. The call came in as a couple males going through vehicles. They gave a brief description of them, but they found a unoccupied stolen vehicle over there. It just goes to show.
Putting it with John King 664.
Just goes to show that you guys, backseaters, everybody out there are the best people to call stuff in. I wish that we could be everywhere. You know, the sheriff seems like he's everywhere always, but we can't be everywhere always, so you guys have to be your own eyes and ears with stuff and point us in the right direction. So please, when you see suspicious stuff, please call it in. You got nothing better to do besides go to those calls, so. out finding stuff in progress.
Block out at 110.
There's a lot of officers around.
Caller advising that they're extras surround her vehicle into the garage and through something under caller's vehicle. Suspect vehicle left, no direction of travel or
4469, 4458. 69. Wait. 2370 Stillwater Avenue, East Apartment 105. Disturbance notice claim for a lot party. 4469, a copy. 94 in Century. 58, same traffic. 110. She's gonna be wearing out a black tag with fur and Nike boots.
New message.
Sure, they're open. Thank you.
I would go help Tommy out, but they've got enough squads over there. There's no sense in tying up 3 squad cars for
120, a copy of the header you code for?
an unoccupied vehicle.
Very good for here. Thank you. 111.
We process the vehicles.
Your PCN and you can log us out, please.
We try to call the registered owner. If we can't get a hold of them, or if they can't get there in a timely manner, we tow the vehicle for them.
111. 5184.
And then they get it from Twin Cities Towing from there.
5184.
Some call back advising she's able to get into the building and cancel.
458.
111.
And then we write our report and do our investigation from there. Just a little dusting on the ground, but it's not slippery yet. Hopefully it won't be slippery.
Yep, just working through serving somebody for the first time in like 5 years. Oh, all good. I just want to make sure you guys are going forward. I don't think dispatch ever did a status check on you.
Going back to the protection orders and Dankos, one of our deputies out on patrol is working on serving someone a protection order.
Clear report. Semi dangerous.
So what happens with that is a judge issues a protection order, but for whatever reason they're unable to do it in person. A lot of times it'll happen at jail or during their court date, but sometimes it doesn't.
For a little Canada Road for an unoccupied vehicle in the middle of the road. Please meet Golf Charlie Bravo 476 on a silver Kia at 113.
Therefore, it falls on us or civil deputies.
New message. New message.
97 clear.
Yeah.
Basically what we see on our end is we run a name and see that they have a protection order, but there is a little note at the bottom that says that they're not served. And then what we do is we fill out some paperwork. Comes directly from the judge, but we check boxes on what their stipulations and guidelines are, and we explain it to them. And then they're technically served and they cannot violate that protection order.
Okay.
So we just passed Rice and Larpenter.
Just give me a show us out at 4469 Swap Road.
Kind of a funny story. A couple years ago, I chased a guy on foot behind 1700 Rice. It was the middle of winter.
The male driver was harassing a female party, or GOA, on arrival.
The guy ran across Larpenter, and a vehicle that was driving slowed for him. I shined my flashlight on the vehicle, and they continued driving and I got hit by the car. It's funny now. I was not injured. I was bruised, but I was not injured. But I did get him. That's the moral of the story. That's probably one of my most favorite memories thinking back. And then a year later, the same male was arrested for a double homicide in Brooklyn Park.
4448 traffic. 4448. Wait there, going up to Raditz, 086, X-ray, Charlie Papa. Copy, wait by Raditz, 116.
So this is Western Hills Park. About a year ago, there were a lot of stolens that would come back here and they'd park. I don't know what they'd do, but they'd hang out for a little bit.
6-3 mil.
Copy.
And then they would flee down here to Larpenteur and hop on 35.
Your cops are doing a private tow for the vehicles listed as. So it's going to be located in the east ramp on the top floor.
In row.
Okay.
We'll take that.
217, you're clear.
Just show me in route.
Regents Hospital in the parking ramp. Tow truck drivers trying to tow a vehicle. Coming back is stolen, so they need officers to respond out there.
Highway 40261, Haven 117.
5182 on go for it.
82, go for it, 117.
2165. We had John, Tom, Sam, 814 to my call as well. We got 2 people at the vehicle now.
2165, copy. Second plate, you have 240 to the vehicle, 117.
So we're not too far from this disorderly conduct in Roseville.
123.
I think we're gonna float that
626
way.
Larpenteur Avenue West, the DNL Foods. An alarm is going to be out of covering the west and east of Ocean.
You're to the road. Here's your copy.
117.
It's a customer harassing other customers, refusing to leave.
Cancel, we'll take it.
Copy, 122, 123, 125, I'll show you clear.
128 from to the LC 1.
But no one's been
Copy,
dispatched to it yet, so we'll start floating that way.
And 23 and 25, you copy, thank you.
Here's your copy.
182.
Really, it's been pretty quiet for the most part. And these calls that are being dispatched, they're kind of spread out across the board.
44 heading. Now we have a 48.
We're westbound Larpenteur at Rice Street right now.
Copy.
Getting into Roseville.
Copy, that is good advice.
119.
$2162, I'm on scene. It looks like that suspect vehicle is GOA.
Copy.
$4469, clear squad for 4.
Just past a Roseville officer.
3916 to 34, you give myself more call. 34, I'm calling you right now.
Roseville was out there working hard earlier at the hotels.
4th Street East, speaking at 201 to assist citizen. Your coverage was for officers to stand by. So Hillman is boyfriend just got to a fight. He's requesting for officers to stand by. Portion of their chief is belongings. Could be waiting in the silver boat with black and Diana for you.
The hotels and motels in Roseville used to be fairly well known for
cancel 226, me and 212 will go.
high crime and stolen vehicles. They've kind of slowed down lately, though.
Copy, thanks, boy.
120.
So it must be the good work of the Roseville Police Department out there deterring crime from their hotels.
120.
This call that we're going to just got an update saying that the male is still refusing to leave because someone in the store owes him money, he claims.
We have the tow driver by the ambulance bay.
Copy. I was told driver at ambulance.
No, we don't fingerprint stolen cars. We do take DNA from them, though. I personally take DNA from, I would say, every single stolen vehicle that I recover. Minus ones where I know the driver and who they were and getting out on there.
Somebody 121, checking one status. 200, for right now, it's like Richmond.
That's about the only time where I don't take them.
Arriving.
Copy. 122.
I do try to go through the vehicles, see if the suspects have left anything that can help me identify them.
2169, checking one status.
Ramsey County just got a new canine handler. It's handler Wahlberg and his partner, Kylo. Patrol for a couple months now. So obviously his hard work has paid off with that. Just goes to show if you're working hard at your goals and your aspirations that it pays off.
You're advising this whole back completely around to you, number 104. They hear banging on the walls. I don't know. This is domestic work, right? 124.
Alright, we're just pulling up to this Cubs. There is a debate in the office on if it is Cub Foods or if it's Cubs Foods.
5186 traffic.
5186.
In my opinion, it's Cubs.
Westbound 36, just west of the Snelling North exit, Hotel X-Ray Delta 097.
So here we are at the Cubs.
Copy 36, I'm telling you, 124.
Sentinel 6 will go for 755.
There are some of the Roseville heroes. I'll try to position the camera so you can see Officer Enstrom and Officer Jonah. If I knew how to say his last name, I would say it. Officer Enstrom has been at the Roseville Police Department for, I think, 7 years. Right around there. He is a field training officer.
5186, code 4.
I believe he's part of the use of force team. Officer Jonah is a drone operator. He's been on the department for, I think, 2.5 years or right around there. He really likes being a drone operator, and they've used him a lot lately. Roseville really kicked off some of the drone operation. How you doing, my guy? Tired. I feel you with that. It's 2 in the morning. Really kicked off some of the drone operations in some of the suburban agencies, so
Adult male to jail.
props to them for that. They found some good operators.
126. Copy.
Heroes, just telling the backseaters about how great you guys are.
Fantastic. They're gonna move along.
Another problem solved.
All just a misunderstanding.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
So it sounds like the employees and this subject of the call have had a misunderstanding but are good to move on.
534 Tango, COT.
Have a 534 Tango, you have a good night between them. Squad 534 Tango, you have a good night between them.
I believe that location is one of the few that's open 24 hours. That one, Cubs West in Maplewood. Nice for me and other people who work odd hours or into the night to have a place to grab a snack when you're on your way home, because I am almost always hungry after a shift.
New message.
223.
223.
I called back Jackcom twice and we got voicemail.
Copy. I'll keep checking the area for him. 4448, squad clear traffic.
Yep.
New message.
120.
I'll take you through the...
We'll be en route to 3269 72nd Street.
Oh, we'll go check out that car that just blew the red light. Make sure there's nothing fishy going on.
About 214.
214.
Back up 210 by Maryland and 3580 into his call for.
Copy.
New message. New message.
Well, maybe we'll stop this guy and talk to him and see what's going on.
Incident assigned.
Because now we're pulling into a closed business as well.
4423, 4438.
4433.
5438. 317 Larpenteur Avenue East, Apartment 6. On a domestic, states she's locked in the bathroom and the nephew took the doors, knobs off. Suspect is intoxicated. It's Kalen Ford. Mixed race black male, 45 years old, 5'8", average build, wearing jogging pants.
60 copy, raising out one.
3 copy. Lydia and BB.
130.
4567 to me as well.
131.
4478.
4478.
Stand by.
All right. One adult male to
So he said he apologized for running through the yellow light, but we
Copy 131.
doesn't hurt to give everybody a friendly reminder about being safe while driving. Ready to go. Yeah, let's Suki have them all.
Where were they coming from? Edina?
He says he's a Door Dasher. He lives in Edina.
Got it.
Yeah, so that's what he said from there.
Shows clear, sister.
Copy. Hello, 32.
4493, I'll be clear. Copy 133.
Yeah.
Alright, so Roseville was nice enough to come out and
your incident has been updated.
Back me up on that stop.
Your incident has been updated.
Really appreciate that. You never know what's going to happen on a traffic stop, let alone any stop. So it's always good to have people close or people backing you as it is with stuff. I mean, crime is crazy nowadays, and there's more guns on the street than
4423 out.
What there ever has been, it seems like. So it's always good to just have a couple extra bodies with you.
Yep. 134.
You never know when something's gonna go wrong or when it's gonna be a bad day for someone.
134.
Good, 283.
Can you send me a number for an assist? Snelling about 36. Third house assist.
I am not a big citation writer.
Copy.
I never have been. I am big on educating people though, with talking to them, explaining what they did wrong, talking to them like a a human being. If they can't correct their behavior with conversation, then maybe a citation, but
4163, clear report.
it's just not something that I've been in
135.
big in. There is a need for it, definitely, but it's not something that I prioritize in my work. But I am big on educating people in why I stop them.
Yeah, that's cool.
You never know when something's gonna go wrong or when it's gonna be a bad day for someone.
So you are back with Pat and I
When it's gonna be a bad day for someone.
over here on the east side. Forest and 7th Street. Haven't had many sightings of stolens lately, have there, Pat?
No, not since that black Sonata.
Hey, did you ever, I don't know, did you ever give the summary about where the gun was at that domestic? I can't remember if we ever went back on. I don't think we were.
No, we haven't been back on yet.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Hang on.
Mute.
Yep, just real quick. Is it possible that this is still going on right here, right now?
Yes, something about not letting them out of the vehicle.
There it is right there. We're not going to tell you everything we know here, but it's a call here. Let's get a look at it, huh?
FTE
138. Foxtrot Tango Echo 138. And we're going to get a little look at the passengers before we make an assessment. What's going on here? Is that an Uber?
I don't know.
Hang on a second. Flip the camera. What's going on, guys? I can't see you.
Anyway, supervisor was finding at 2650 Scotland Court number 211. Male caller stating that she was together with friends apartment at the time. So he's getting home. Believe she was possibly drugged in an unknown car earlier.
Okay, Kevin. You mean send me the call in the Boulevard. 2106 call Scotland here.
Copy, do you want me to show you clear of Glen Haven?
Yeah, you can clear its report.
Five. 9.
One squads for O200 EOT squad, 178. 173. 173 for EOT. 157. Or 175, sorry. 176. 177. 21. 21. 23. 23. 188. 189. 189. Is there any other quest squads for O200 EOT? 189. 180. Have a good night at 145.
status? Yeah, we'll give it a call.
Fox 526 or 53, are you still in channel 2? Just confirm you 526 and 53 are now on duty, EOT.
Yeah, no, we shall be, you know.
Copy 136.
Copy, go for it.
Bunton.
Copy.
121.
Using adult female, ride to St. Paul College, starting mileage 28.
125, copy.
And 122 on DOC 161 St. Anthony Avenue. There's a male in the lobby running in the lobby and trying to get behind the desk. He's also harassing clients in the hotel. It's going to be a white male, 35 years old, 5'8", thin build, and wearing a puffy jacket.
22 copy, round.
At 148. 182.
Go ahead, cancel both. We're about a block away.
Copy, 122, 125, should we clear?
Copy, thank you.
Copy.
148. And 212, 223, I copy. You took the PCN 61 Delos Street for a stolen vehicle that a tow company is trying to recover at 150.
What?
Bravo 754.
Bravo 754.
Can Officer Zeros go to 4 for me, please?
225, take 4. 150.
SAD, looking for this one. We'll go check to see if we can find broken glass or anything.
Copy, folks, vehicles for the males breaks into 13. 46 Westminster. They check the area. What's the deal?
Check this out. New and improved.
Copy.
All right. This is a
Whoa.
four-banger here. How about that?
It is chilly out there, folks.
12-315.
315.
You can start to 846 Johnson Parkway, the Speedway, the accident hit and run to Assist County.
Copy.
You want to be the first to throw the four sticker? See, here's the problem. Now, with the four stops, check this out. Huh? Good. Don't flatten anybody's Go over there. Right. Go hard. Huh? Well, it looks good.
3097 Light Avenue North, EF rise of Hispanics demand down to the right of the dumpsters. Hispanic male, 50 short, heavy, green jacket.
We got. Go grab that other one over there.
Slot 318.
Stop stick demonstration here.
What's that last squad? That
You want one?
To Assist County.
Give me the exit and run it.
Copy. You can cancel whoever you sent. I'll go on that 8.
Copy. 315 is clear.
315 copy. Thank you.
153.
Hang on 1 second. Here, come over here. Don't read it off right now. Flip that a minute, wave that. Camera.
Yeah. Oh, hello, folks. Doing this for the confidentiality of some juveniles. We'll flip the camera back around in a minute here. So this is me in all my glory. And I'm sure I just made a couple hundred people yawn just now.
I'll be in route to XTV. Yes. Want to go now?
All right, I'm going to flip it back around here.
Yeah, that's where you get over there.
Yeah, Twin Cities is just taking this car. We're gonna run over to 1346. That's where the lady saw the kid taken through a car, taken off in a black SUV. So I'm just gonna check.
They're
Other than that, we'll be clear.
You want me to pull over there with you, or are you good?
All
Alrighty then.
I flipped it back around when they were in the car.
All right. Well, there you have it. Did you explain anything going on here? Or?
Well, kind of.
The long and the short of it is, the Uber driver picked up a couple passengers, and while they were here, he got struck by another car in this area. He thought the passengers knew the driver of the car, and so he didn't really want to let him out. So they called a relative and said the Uber driver wasn't letting us go. And of course, even if they knew the driver, they're not responsible for the driver. So Sergeant Suki's giving them a ride to their destination. And the St. Paul squad is coming to write a formal accident report. Well, makes sense, I guess, huh?
Yep.
And meanwhile, we spent a little time talking to the youth about their past and their futures.
They were very, very personable.
Yeah. We had some contact with them in the past.
Thomas is clearing his call.
All right. We're going to go to Thomas. It's your job to remind me which one
I'll let you know in a second here.
Well, Nicole is 5, so I think we say it was like
6 cat 2.
Is Thomas?
Yep.
Did he text you?
That he's clearing, so I'll tell him going to him.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't know what we had there originally because the call came out as a possible kidnapping. It was very confusing in the notes because apparently you had the Uber driver calling about the accident, but you also had the kids calling a relative about not being allowed to leave, and he was trying to hold them because he thought they were somehow responsible for the accident. There wasn't a ton of damage. The mirror was knocked off.
That was about it.
Yeah. All right, we are going to
All right, you're back with Thomas and Chad, Mr. Chad with 2 Ds.
Yeah, yep.
We just recovered a stolen Hyundai. We responded to a suspicious call. 2 teenagers digging through a vehicle. Located a vehicle that's been stolen for about a week. It looks like it's been there for a while.
481 out.
Covered that car, and then we talked to the comp of that call.
Yep.
She was actually calling in a suspicious for a lot to the west of her. Saw them leaving a black SUV. So we're just going to check for broken glass because someone might wake up to a missing vehicle in the morning. You can just stay here. Why don't you tell them about yourself a little bit more?
Oh, jeez.
6921's clear.
At 2 o'clock.
Well, we'll see if Tom has any luck out there while I stay nice and warm in the car.
9171, squads are running.
Copy. Search 100. Probably 650, have a good night, 2 o'clock.
323 Tango.
323 Tango.
Clear advice with 314 Tango.
114 Tango keeps on.
No luck?
Nada. Doesn't mean one wasn't taken. Depending on how they broke it, could all be in the rear seat. But unfortunately, not much we can do with what we got. So
4458, 4496.
2 recoveries for the night.
Right.
Well, with any luck, we can make it 3.
4496.
I think we've been in this complex a few times
10,
already.
interview
Yeah,
Bravo,
we were here
number
looking for
106,
that
domestic.
Chevy Cruise. White.
Comes assaulted by their cousin.
Yes.
Suspect no longer in the apartment, but is believed to possibly be in the parking lot. Suspect is Craig Moore, Indian male, 40 years old, 5'10", heavy build, wearing a blue
Let me
shirt.
clear this out for you.
Yeah, we'll clear that call.
Not any kind of scene.
So, you're with us on the east side, St. Paul. We're right off of Maryland in 35E. And there's not a whole lot pending, which is good.
2770 arrived for transfers.
Allows us to poke around and look for stuff. Which, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think, was that Chevy Cruise was never picked up, was it?
It wasn't, but I mean, if they were smart, they left the area and they're logged on by now.
That's good.
Unless they were able to tuck it, but with the amount of squads that responded, I'd have to imagine they're good to go.
It'd be fairly impressive.
Brakes are a little squeaky.
Busy speedway for 2 in the morning.
Oh. Hot dogs on a roller.
That does sound pretty good right about now.
35 South.
I don't know.
Hotel Alpha.
Sounds good, but you probably regret it.
Yeah.
Copy, Larpenter off 35E.
So, not many stolens being spotted. We've recovered a few. Doesn't mean they're not out there, but it's just about digging them up. So what do you think for your first night, Chad?
Oh, it's fun. It's a great time. I look forward to the future out here for sure.
We're ready to have you. Excited.
We'll have to get reacclimated to the nighttime though. It's a little past my bedtime, but we'll manage.
Past your bedtime. Huh.
Been spoiled on days for too long.
Yeah.
One time, go ahead.
But these are the fun hours. This is when you are able to work.
Can I be an investigator?
As a patrol officer, there's less 911 calls.
Yeah.
You're able to dig a little bit more. Less cars on the road, which, you know, why are you out at 2 a.m.?
Right, it makes it a little easier to spot the people up to nefarious activities.
PD,
On this one.
Go back.
110, I'm good.
Yeah, but you want to, you know.
Let's see if we can find an occupied stolen. A lot of good info we get is from our intel unit. Mr. Jelly Joe, shout out to you. I know you like that. But that unit does a lot for us. They've talked about it before. I don't think we would be where the CAD team is without them. They do an awesome job at tying a lot of the information that's comes in bits and pieces, and they get the whole picture, which makes it a lot easier for us to be effective identifying suspects, locations, cars. It's unbelievable the amount of stuff they dig up. Chad will get to experience next week. It's a very smart group.
It seems like a very impressive group.
Between them and Emmerich helps us a lot. Makes us look a lot better than we probably are.
Yeah, that might be true. So you got to give credit to them.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, I think your video froze, but also drove through a dead spot. There's quite a few of those downtown.
It comes a lot easier for Bob and Pat. They just have things and quips to talk about.
Yes, yeah,
They're like a late show hosts. It's it's unscripted, but it comes off the cuff. So it's a work in progress for us younger guys.
Yes, this is all new.
They've had a big head start, and they probably have a lot more interesting things to talk about. We're young in our careers, but we're gaining that experience over time.
Yeah, it is pretty, I hate to say quiet, but it's fairly quiet right about now.
Well, I've heard people say that, like, quite a few. Are they Jimmy in a car?
445 get ready.
Stop and say hello, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
What's going on?
So, we just passed, it looks like 3 guys trying to Slim Jim the driver's door here. It'd be pretty brazen to be doing this the way they're doing it, but we're gonna guess they just locked their keys in their car.
Guys lock you out? You lock yourself out?
Yeah, I'll get her in though.
You get her in? Is it her car?
Yeah.
Your car?
My car, yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
Oh, you see the keys?
Yeah, left them on the seat.
I'll flip around. I don't think I have a lockout tool. I know patrol, that's a necessity.
Yeah, we usually have one of those in every car for patrol.
Yeah. I don't do a whole lot of that. So we're doing 2 things. A, right, it's 2 in the morning. We want to make sure that A is their car, and maybe provide some lights because they're just sitting on the side of the road.
Mary Paul 532.
532. No. I don't, unfortunately.
Slim Jim?
No, we usually keep those in our frontline cars.
Alright.
So.
Busy tonight?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Well, I'm not gonna lie, had to just make sure you guys weren't stealing it, right?
$2423, something is suspicious from the out.
back 1096 Jarvis Avenue East on a suspicious male trying to get into the building. Also the same male that took the comp's key card 3 weeks ago. Native American male in their 50s, 6 foot tall, thin build.
Oh. Well, all checks out. Just gonna verify.
40, clear traffic. Copy.
Just gonna
Back
run something real quick.
10-4, Clark, 35. Tom, if you want to stand by there, I'll bring you one.
Oh, is he gonna bring us a tool?
Perfect. There's Sergeant Suki to the rescue. He came prepared today. I guess I didn't. But in the year and a half I've done this, I've never had to do a lockout.
No, not yet.
Granted, I wasn't the best on patrol because I was always afraid of damaging someone's car. Let's see.
Maybe it's their technique. I think they got a poor technique.
Well, they got... Unfortunately, they're using a hanger, and they got the... it's not a button. They're trying to pull the tab up, which there's nothing to hang on to. So,
yeah, that's...
Unfortunately, they're fighting an uphill battle with this, but hopefully Suki comes and we'll be able to get her out. But it sounds like she's unfortunately done this. It happens often.
2423, code 4, 418 Antelope.
Let's see.
4448, check back.
Who's Jeffrey? Must be husband, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
somebody.
It is. It checked out, but we always you gotta verify it. Like I told them, some humor, but you know, I gotta do my due diligence, and you know. Make
Sometimes people hide in plain sight.
I mean, they did run. That was.
God, Suki's just on the spot, isn't he?
Yeah. Where's my?
What are you looking for?
You got the. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There.
Squad 110.
What? Can you change this to Nexus? And it's going to be advised with less 10-8.
Copy 214.
Is anyone in the area of Maryland and Hazelwood or no?
$44.23. 4423.
Recall this a PIC clear report.
Copy. 15. Nicole, what do you have?
I turned around on a car and he completely shook me as I'm trying to find him. But he can disregard.
already headed that way anyways. What's the best description you got?
05 Silver Toyota Avalon with the condition.
Well, as you guys saw, Sergeant Suki came to the rescue, and we got the door open fairly quick.
Is it still on us?
Yeah.
Gotta make sure before we start talking to ourselves for 5 minutes and
Yes.
we switch cameras.
Good point.
Yeah, we got it open. Well, we did.
Sergeant Suki did.
Sergeant Suki, but, you know, we started the process.
We'll take the assist. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'll take the
Take marks to 2759.
Yeah.
217 cancel 227.
So what did
22666.
Nicole have going on? Somebody shook her or something?
Copy, thank you, Audrey.
Hazelwood and something else?
Yeah.
Looking for your other phone, I got it. That was up there.
Yeah, so we'll head to where she's at.
217.
All right, you guys are going to go back with Sheriff Fletcher. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to go check on Nicole and then probably head out for the night. Take it easy.
Hey, what a great pair, huh? Thomas and Chad.
Oh, those are a couple good guys.
Great guys. I think they're the future live on patrol. If we can just. Hey, what a great pair, huh? We can put them in. We can just upgrade them 25 years, you know, in age, you know. Seriously speaking, though, Thomas Siegelstrom, or as my iPhone says, Thomas Siegelstrom. I don't know why the iPhone can't get it right, but great job, great host. Chad, outstanding job, and we'll keep that pair rolling here some nights too. That'd be good. Chad's the newest member. Starting next week, he'll be trading in on days with Sergeant Mike Servatka, and then he'll be coming to afternoons with Sergeant Suki and Nicole Sparks. Great. addition to the young and the selfless and popular as ever, they say.
Oh, by far.
But that's been around 50 years. But there's another. I guess General Hospital's been around 60 years. Huh?
Unreal.
I don't know. All I know, when I was at Hamlin, at noon every day, everything stopped and people went and watched All My Children.
Really?
Except for me. What was that woman on All My Children? You guys help me. Erica? Was that her name? Remember
I believe so.
She was there like 40 years. But was it Erica? She was kind of mean. That's what they do at these I guess they're called daytime programs or soap operas. They create these dichotomies of personalities that you just never know which side is showing up.
Exactly.
And it's the same way with housewives, not housewives. Yeah, the housewives of whatever county you're in. There's always one or two that are just. I'm gonna check that one out. Do you mind holding my milk?
Not at all.
By the way, I gotta say, the first time I had a bean and cheese. Breaks, you know, something. First time I had a bean and cheese burrito from M&H, that was very tasty.
It was, huh?
Yeah, it was very cheese. Bean and cheese burrito. Straight ahead or
Still going.
bean and cheese burrito. This car was moving a little fast on Maryland. You could tell it was passing another car. And it is obviously trying to lose us.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I would make an assumption, yeah, they're watching it. Let's just see if we can catch up to that thing. It is motoring quickly.
North on Clarence trying to catch up with one from about Ivy.
Well, we're gonna give ourselves away, but better than.
Sir, where'd you say you were?
North on Clarence from Ivy.
Copy on that far.
4800 Centerville Road, apartment 321. Disturbance notice complaint, different count.
West on Arlington.
Is that like a Chrysler 300?
Might be a Chrysler 300 here.
Is that what that is?
South on McAfee, Golf Foxtrot Yankee 435.
121, 123.
Charlie Foxtrot Yankee 435.
We're just doing a little advice here.
Copy, I'll catch you at
An alarm base.
He stopped.
Ice Arena. No, an audible or silent covering the
Tell them to slow down a little bit, huh?
all 6:30 at Haha and JC. Catch us.
We're just advising goal. 1421 McAfee. You can still slide by. Apparently they don't actually live where they pulled in.
499 Blair Avenue. Minnesota Plains Kilo Alpha Whiskey 427. Possible smoker.
Copy. Blair and McCoven.
Did I hear them say they got scared?
Roll down the window.
Yep.
125 Star Squad's no location.
Copy, squad sir. 499 Blair.
20.
She knows we're okay.
Well, you can tell her for sure. First I said we're okay, then
We're going to be clear from this, Nicole. Thank you.
they started acting. Once they said they didn't actually live there,
Yeah.
then I told her, hey, I might want to slide by. Well, what were they doing there?
Just exactly what he said.
Yeah.
We were kind of scared when you were following us. I would have, if he would have said, I don't want to drive him on the side street. That's why I'm back. I'm parking. I'm parking cars on his own. Then I'd have bought it.
I'd have bought it.
She tried to.
Copy, code 4, just need some more spots.
See this street.
I'm going to get there.
What's ice or like blocks? It's like
boulders.
Yeah, it's the worst design of speed bumps ever in America. Yeah, Minnesota speed bumps, they should call them. Yeah.
125 Eastern maximum.
I think the mayor wants everybody to slow down. So rather than plow the streets, we just leave snow in them.
That's Somebody,
I'm sure that there's less traffic accidents, but I'm also sure there's more car repairs.
somebody I saw on Facebook, somebody made up some T-shirts.
Yeah.
And they're selling them. And apparently, they're
just
selling like hotcakes.
Yeah.
It says
Cleared it. Copy.
it'll melt in the spring.
Yeah.
Signed the city council.
I mean, here's the thing. I've been driving in this town for 50 years. I've never seen it this bad.
Ever.
Short term, I've seen it bad, but I've never seen it so bad that it gets... How's it going, buddy? Everything good? Well, if he came over, I was going to give him a gift card, but he didn't seem to really want to...
Didn't want to converse.
Connect with us. Got a few cards there still in the glove compartment. I don't know if we're going to get to all the shout outs and stuff. It's going to be a little tough, right?
Well,
you can try on the birthdays, you know, and stuff like that.
yeah, I'm gonna try and run through these here. We've just kind of been running all over the place.
And all the time, and the other don't have the names, so it's a little tougher for us to.
So happy birthday to Emilio. He turned 14 last Friday from his Siege log.
If you don't mind, let's just check. Alpha Zulu November 417. Got a light? It's pretty dark in there. Window tint is.
Hi. Everything okay?
Good night, folks.
Alrighty. You live right here?
Have a good night.
Good night.
Alright, you have a good night.
10 o'clock.
So Lisa's birthday was January 15th. Courtney Christina Wagi are two backseaters. Happy birthday to James Escada. Oh, I'm sorry. James Escada requests a happy birthday for his wife, who turned 42 on January 15th. Our friend Bonnie Wakefield.
Oh, Bonnie. We love you, Bonnie.
30 years dispatcher with St. Paul. Just turned 60 today. And Carol Worsba wanted us to give you that shout out.
And Bonnie, 60 is the new 40.
Indeed.
60 is the new 40.
Steve Smith had a birthday on January 4th and an anniversary on January 6th.
217.
Shout out to you
This will
from
be GOA with 229.
Kathy Wagner Lowell. Happy birthday to Jackie Burke.
125.
67 years old yesterday. Matthew Greer
Some additional info. We have female caller.
watches LOP every Saturday morning because he's in bed by 7:30 at night.
Well,
and we do have medics.
it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon somewhere.
Yes, it is.
You've been through an investigation. Copy.
The land of ice bumps. Land of ice bumps.
Anyone looking for Polaris Louisiana?
One thing about these young hard chargers, Pat, you know, these men with sleek, trim bodies, work out all the time. These officers I'm talking about.
Yep.
They need more sleep than us.
This is true.
It's true. Just remember that, young guys.
Oh, our friend Terry Londrash is turning 60.
Awesome. Happy birthday, Terry. I was hoping he was a little older. Now I'm feeling really old. Terry's that much younger than us. You can smell that marijuana. There's one of those cars in front of us. And even if marijuana is legalized, it'll be like open bottle. I'm quite confident they won't allow you to smoke it while you're driving.
Nope.
Even if you're a passenger.
Nope.
So hopefully we'll continue to have the probable cause to stop a car if someone's actively smoking. It's just like actively drinking. You can't have an open bottle in your car.
You can't be smoking a joint.
I wonder why it got the name joint.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good question.
Building secured.
Allie Johnson is going to, from Long Island, New York, is going to turn 69 on the 23rd.
New Yorkers are some of our largest number of viewers. Kind of surprised by that, but the population is so high, there's a higher percentage. We posted on a couple of posts there all the top 15 countries, cities, and states. Kind of interesting. I mean, obviously the larger states have more population, so it's not unusual. Some more?
I think we covered them all.
And 118, I copy you. Took the suspicious area check 981 Seminary Avenue for somebody who was pounding on Comp's back door. Yeah, 2, 3.
January 234. Club 318, check your status.
Go for it. We're not sure if he's driving right now.
Receipt 235.
The Papa Mike 826.
Received. 235.
Took care
scroll down some of those. Just the birthday shout outs.
Last squadron on the main, go again.
2134.
Go ahead.
So this is Pat and my favorite time of the night, even though
You can take 2363 Tango.
you might hear a little yawning in the background.
They're going home.
But there's nothing like the dead of the night after 2:30.
Copy. 256.
Well, Jason Elliott had a birthday last night. Tammy Scott wanted us to give you a shout out.
318.
318.
Go for 1 to change.
Copy. Go for 1 to change. 237.
Remember Under Sheriff Mike Martin, otherwise known as Mighty Mike, 3M, gang expert extraordinaire, is going to have his own 2 to 3 hour broadcast every Monday, where he'll have a special guest or a member of the CAT team ride with him, kind of reviewing all the crime that occurred over the weekend. Obviously, we won't get it all, but
I think that'll be fascinating.
Yeah.
3 to 1.
And then on Wednesdays, the CAT team, at least the younger members of the CAT team, will be out on patrol Monday afternoon. You find a lot of Wednesday afternoon. You find a lot of stolens out there during the daytime.
Oh, definitely.
Surprising. You know, just so you know, just in review, and we go over this with all of our employees, our biggest tool, well, we have a lot of tools out here that make the CAT team effective. The biggest one is the element of surprise. Everybody is in an unmarked car. They work as a team. They can swoop in, block cars together when they're on the move and they're stolen.
Squad's on Blair and Montgomery checking status.
Everyone has extensive experience.
101, we are going forward.
Stop sticks.
We'll be clearing here shortly.
Stop sticks as well. Ability to LPRs, trackers of the car, star chase. So this is a highly equipped and highly trained squad that rarely has to actually chase. Now, obviously, the safest time, we've discussed this, the safest time to have a chase is 3 in the morning. That's where people are home from the bars. Nobody's really on the street.
Right.
The most unsafe time is rush hour. Probably rush hour in the afternoon because schools are getting out too. So, and then in the evenings after 10:30 or so, it's relatively safe. But during the day, middle of the day, it's really, each situation is different. And that's why, whether it's a pit maneuver, a block-in maneuver, a vehicle intervention maneuver, whatever it might be, our goal is to limit the period of the chase. HEW 973, if you wouldn't mind. HEW 973.
Clear.
Oh, Jesus, clear.
Tan Subaru Legacy.
Yeah.
Apple Valley.
Remember that story I was telling you about the frog in the rut, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna go show you the where the story started. We are in an alley off of Sylvan in Maryland. We have a fair number of stolens that show up here. And actually looks like these ruts have improved. But you can get a pretty good eye on them from here, right?
Oh my goodness.
See?
Yeah.
Check that out. There's a good angle there. If we need a 3D, we need 3D cameras to show you. Actually, right here, this rut, this is Minnesota for us. This rut is so bad, we're actually going to bottom out. Even though we got a Durango.
And look at this hump on the right in the middle of the rut. This is really going to be fun. I'm so glad we did this.
Well, it's just an experience. It's for our friends that never see snow. And, you know, a lot of people think snow just disappears. Well, obviously it could, but it don't. I think doesn't is the right thing. I like these ruts. Remember, if you're stuck in a rut in life, jump out before the car is coming. Make changes. And this is the bumps here are just crazy. We come through here because we're looking for stolens at some of the kids in this area, and they know who we are and we know who they are.
110, 123.
Pat actually was amazing over here. You were working so hard.
110 en route.
Finding stolens.
123, I got. 725 Raymond Avenue on an alarm. It's be out of covering the overhead door at 243.
Now, I don't know exactly what the rules are. I guess the residents have to plow their own alley, right? They chip in or something, or what? How's that work? You know?
If they're going to get it done.
I mean, does the city have...
No, the city doesn't.
What's that?
You can cancel 110 and make that alarm.
Okay, 110, I can check it.
We're still looking for a silver Sonata, or what are we looking for?
That was a black Sonata.
Black?
We're looking for.
So you're right about that one.
He's kind of moving.
He saw me and he hit the brakes and was trying to decide what the heck to do.
125 TJs is to go for check. And we clear it
Flying.
by
240.
Fudge. Everybody's flying right now. People fly for a lot of reasons. Some of them they're drunk.
There we go.
Now we're having a hard time keeping up with this guy.
I can't even read the plate. It's out of state.
Looks like.
Did we turn on Cottage?
I think so. Oh. Let's stop before we gotta run. Just want to advise him, as long as he's being sold.
Yeah. Hang on.
You gonna get out? Or
No.
Okay.
Hello. Can you please slow down?
Alright.
Okay.
I'm just going home right here, sir.
Yeah, we know you. We were at your house once before, right? Well, maybe not for you, but for somebody else. A woman that was acting up or something. You remember calling? Like a year ago?
Some woman was acting kind of.
I believe so, probably so. I don't know. I'm
Well,
not sure.
you're not sure? All right. Well, which one are you going to? How far down you going?
Just to the next corner, sir.
Yeah, I remember there. Oh, just slow down a little bit, buddy.
Alright.
All right.
So much.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He was there at the house. I just don't remember. Actually, we came back there twice. Remember, there was a domestic argument there. He was part of the group. I don't think he was the problem.
No, I don't think so either.
He seems sober tonight. So. What else is going on that would be of no interest to our backseaters?
It's been a busy couple weeks.
We really haven't been in the west sector much tonight, so we have a duty to go over there.
Okay.
Bob Fox stopped and talked to us while we were taking a bathroom break there. We appreciate Bob Fox for everything he does and the information that he puts on the crime watchers. Anything going over in Minneapolis, Pat? Can you check the...
I will check, but I've got to bring this up though.
Okay.
I think Alex is absolutely correct. And talk about a memory, Alex. Isn't that the guy who called because the girl he was with took his keys to his car and wouldn't let him leave, and he said he just met her not too long ago? And I think that's exactly it.
That's right. Yep.
Well done, Alex.
We are over on Maryland Avenue.
1 minute ago.
What happened?
1000 Olson Memorial Highway. Female victim with a gunshot wound in the thigh. Male suspect reportedly fled the scene on foot and tossed the gun. Oh, that pursuit we heard earlier?
Yeah.
Was in Glendon, Minnesota.
That helps. Speaking of pursuits, I tried to mention it, but one of the channels had the pursuit from last night. When I was working with Suki last night, there was a pursuit that started up in Brooklyn Center, up there somewhere. And the guy drove on the wrong side of the freeway several times. There's a video online you can get, I'm sure YouTube has it, of this reckless driving and pursuit. They ended up catching him. He wouldn't get out of his car. They had to use 40 mils to smash the windows, because I think they probably threw. But my point is, the great thing about that video is it shows how reckless people can be when they're not being chased. And that was one of the more reckless videos I've ever seen. Driving head on in toward people on the freeway. I mean, they were diving to avoid them. But they did end up arresting him. We were kind of headed up toward that border area, thinking he might come in toward our county on 694.
And what county was it actually in?
I think it was like Brooklyn Center, but Hennepin County.
Okay.
I'd like to actually get that video and just post it and just show people how reckless people can be without being chased.
Unbelievable.
Did you turn all the radios off just so you could doze off easier? Or
Boy, it just went like...
Yeah. Well, that's why we like this time. After 2:30, it's, you know, the percentages of of cars that are actually stolen increases because most of the good people are home sleeping.
The odds are greater in our favor.
We're over here by Como Lake. Keeping the lake safe. Officer Darren McDonald has transferred over here to the west sector. We loved hanging out with him over there on the east side, but unfortunately, Officer Dustin Sweeney, who used to work nights over here, has moved to days.
He did?
He did. Moved to days.
323 Tango.
I guess the time comes for everybody sometime. Except for us.
Mm-hmm.
So 323 Tango. Be advised with 314 Tango and send us the pending. Copy 223 Tango and 314 Tango showing your route to 1662 Stillwater Avenue for the 911 hang up.
Are we under 1,000 viewers now? On Facebook?
We are.
What's it say?
994.
Well, we know when we gotta go to bed when we drop too low.
Well, 998.
No.
Must have been paying attention.
You can let it run while you fall asleep, you know.
1K.
That's kind of our threshold. We know that we should keep going if we got 1,000 viewers on Facebook. For those of you Como Park area, we're on Chatsworth here, coming up on Front.
We had a period of time this summer where we were running into a lot of stolens in this area.
Yep.
$44.23 on PT. Yeah, 253.
Halftime wreck.
You know, we were starting to talk about it when we got another call, but that domestic call in North St. Paul on Skillman, they did successfully find the suspect and arrested him, and they did find his gun in the same bedroom where he was hiding, and it was a Glock, I believe it was a 9mm, with an extended 30-plus round magazine.
Which he was allegedly
beating her with,
and she had a terrified look on her face. Well, how about that poor little 6-month-old baby?
Oh my goodness.
It's got an Uber patch.
And there was a little girl sound asleep in one of the bedrooms.
Right.
5182 traffic. Eastbound Highway 36 and Wright Street. Texas plate Robert William Zebra 0657.
Our picture the last time and this time pretty exceptional, don't you think?
I think so. Or you could shoot the proverbial cannon down this street.
Sure could. We haven't had as many calls from this woman that right up here that used to call all the time. I won't mention the address because that might spur more calls. But
yeah, really.
Either that or they're screening them. She got moved into a... speaking of that in general, the mental health issues that are affecting us in law enforcement. We have 17 people that have been civilly committed that should be going to a statewide hospital, but the state has no available beds. We have another 30 that are scheduled for evaluation. See, when I say we, I mean in our jail. We have another 30 that are scheduled for evaluations, but potentially 47 of our inmates will be determined that they're better off in a mental health facility run by the state, and the state just keeps saying we have no beds. So it's a problem. We're working with the county attorneys. We're going to have to find a solution because the state needs to have better services for the mentally ill. And the jail's not the best place after 3 to 5 days. You need the proper medication, counseling, just a wide variety of issues. So look for more discussion on that publicly.
Something needs to get done.
8620 transport.
8620.
Oh, no, mail from the PHVLAC.
Usually, by law, they're supposed to be moved out in 48 hours to available bed, but the reality is there's not a bed available on average for 90 days. That's not good.
90 days. Wow.
Schizophrenia, bipolarness, I mean, there's just a wide variety spectrum. People need the right therapy and the right medication. We're on University Avenue at Grotto, by the way. The old Badger Lounge. Thankfully, the firefighters got to get a good night's sleep tonight. You know, our firefighters here in St. Paul, they work 24-hour shifts. There's an A shift, a B shift, and a C shift, and they work 24-hour shifts. Then there's usually a pool of people that cover the people that are off. But when you're working a 24-hour shift, you know, you may not get to sleep.
Right. They've got busy shifts where they just... That's not happening. Sleep is not happening.
Are trained, of course, in paramedic services. Not all of them, but usually they'll send a paramedic and a backup rig, so they can get woken up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock for a medical run, and those medical runs have really taken over their work because there are many more medical runs than there are fires.
Oh, for sure. Cat 359. Hi, everything okay?
Yeah, officer. I'm just coming from my shop, La Diva.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, I haven't even said the quiet word.
Until now.
But it's quiet.
It's really quiet.
quick way home. And but I had a couple egg rolls. Their egg rolls are pretty good. Like pork egg rolls.
They periodically get their sausage, egg, and cheese on croissant.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
That is delicious.
That's what I was looking for. Dunn Brothers has a good croissant breakfast too. But when I was standing in line there waiting to pay for my egg rolls, I decided I had to fashion blueberry donuts too for my family when they wake up in the morning.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Problem is, only half of them were left when they woke up.
You do like those blueberry old fashions. Remember that.
Well, it's got blueberries in it. It's got to be good for you, right?
Right.
It's got to be good for you.
Well, someone asked what happened to the gun in the apartment. Well, it was recovered and it is turned in as evidence for the felony assault that the man committed on the woman.
A lot of times these lights don't change. I've noticed that. I don't know why that is.
Entering information to St. Paul West Squads on cops alert issued by Coon Rapids in relation to a second-degree assault in their city. The vehicle that's involved is going to be a four-door Kia Optima white color. License is going to be Sierra Nora 598, stolen out of Golden Valley. Suspect is Brian Westland Charles. Officer safety info. Suspect was armed with a black handgun with a red laser that was not recovered. Info only at 304.
Kia.
White Kia Optima.
So anyhow, Winter Carnival coming up soon. And I don't know, part of it might start this weekend. Start the clues.
That last counselor has a wiper Nexus, if y'all can zircon. We both had address.
Good to know. Anyhow,
Even though it's stolen out of Golden Valley.
The Winter Carnival treasure hunt is going to start pretty soon. The Grand Old Day Parade is on the 27th, but anyhow, the Torchlight Parade is on February 4th. February 4th, and Pat and I have the privilege of being invited to the Torchlight Parade. Well, actually, specifically, they asked for Nicole. So,
very cool.
The Vulcans want to knight Nicole, so we haven't even told her she needs to be there yet. But
I'll bet she knows now.
I bet hopefully she knows now. The newest member.
That is quite an honor to be invited.
If you're interested on here, I'll go there looking.
See how he's doing.
Hi, everything okay?
No, that's fine. We're just checking on you. You're good.
You're good. Just checking on you.
What? Missing persons report says 61 LaFond Avenue. Caller's reporting that his wife and him had an argument 20 to 30 minutes ago, and then his wife left. Now he wants to report her as missing. Name is going to be Anna Parsons.
Well, this kind of going because you really can't go this way.
0512. Like,
you're in a hurry to get somewhere, but you can't get there this way.
Sweater and black sweatpants. She's last seen at westbound for Avon.
Doesn't really go through. That's what that was the point I was trying to make. But I should have just waited for him to come out, right? What the hell?
Back to Maplewood. Hi.
Hi.
You seem lost.
I was for a second. Yeah, I didn't know this was the road.
Okay, what are you looking for?
I'm looking to turn this way, honestly, but I guess I don't know.
Okay.
I'm from St. Paul, but I don't know this street. But
Yeah,
Sure.
you were driving a little in a hurry, like you're in a hurry to get somewhere.
going home.
Okay, and you got your left signal on, but you said you're going that way.
What street are you headed to?
What?
What street are you headed to?
I'm going to Maplewood. I don't know how to get to Maplewood.
Okay. Do you want us to help you?
Please.
Okay. Do you drive on the freeway usually?
Yes, that's why I'm so confused.
So how about if we show you how to get onto 35E?
Please. That's why I'm like such in a hurry because I don't know these roads like that. So
We'll
I'm
get
trying
you.
to get onto 35.
We'll get you to 35E North.
Thank you. That's the street I'm trying to look for.
We'll help you out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well then.
All right then.
All right. You never know what's around the corner. My sense is there was some other things going on there that we don't necessarily need to know.
Yeah,
What do
I
you
think
about that?
there's some stress happening.
Yeah. But that would be a fun go-kart track to drive like that. But like you said you're going that way, but your other turn signal's on. Where did that saying come from? I don't really subscribe to it. But you remember that? Mine is not, yours is not to question why, yours is but to do or die, or something like that?
Yeah.
Was that a military thing?
It sounds like it probably was.
That's kind of a depressing thought, when you think about it. So maybe one of our backseaters can help us with the origin of that saying. But in the parallel really isn't there that with us. But the point is that, you know, sometimes we don't need more information. Our investigative side always likes it, but she wasn't intoxicated. She was just frustrated.
Yeah. Perfect word for it.
Yeah. Something tells me maybe she was late. It's like Alice in Wonderland. I think that's what it was. Late. But actually it was the rabbit that was late, right?
I believe so.
Go that way. Can I tell her how she can get there? But she pulled alongside. You can just tell her. There we go. So we're not going that way.
No siree. Well, I think all of our troops are pretty much wrapping up. Although Suki and Nicole are always trying to stay a little later to catch something. Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't want the criminal elements to know they're going anywhere.
Oh, Guy Stanton has our answer for us.
Yeah.
The 1854 poem, Charge of the Light Brigade.
Well, there we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Guy.
Appreciate that.
Oh, here's your milk you asked me to hold on to earlier.
Oh, yeah. Has it been leaking?
Nope.
You sure? The cap was loose. Well, next time we're going to go through the book of your classmates. Guy Stanton is another great example. Not a classmate, but just the
same general time.
Yeah, same general time.
And we'll remind him of his and Jeff Winger's nickname.
Yeah, the Bowery Boys.
The Bowery Boys.
Even before that, though, I mean, Guy Stanton was the inspiration for a song in Frozen. Yeah, I think actually they asked him to sing the song in Frozen. It was, "Do you want to build a snowman?" Yeah, Guy, I remember that. You were really good at snowmen. I remember that.
Thought I heard my radio fall.
All right, backseaters, I think we're going to call it a night here. I'll give you a little view if you're from a different state, the most beautiful state capital.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you can even... Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, nice. Most beautiful state capital. A lot of legislation taking place up there. I was up there this week. As I mentioned earlier, I did have a meeting with the governor to talk to him about the crime bill. He was very gracious, and I think he understands our needs.
That's good.
It was a great meeting, I thought, and again, yesterday, or I guess now it's the day before, the House of Representatives introduced a public safety bill to help address some of our concerns. The governor is releasing his budget on Tuesday, which we expect to have some resources to address the problems.
Yep.
So, all is well on the Western Front.
Getting closer.
Yeah. Getting closer. So, but unfortunately for us in law enforcement, our needs are sort of taking a back seat to the social debates that are taking place, and for the most part we're staying out of those debates, but legislature has till May 20th to come up with a final budget. We suspect that it will, since both bodies in the governor's office are occupied by the Democratic Party, and there probably won't be any major obstacles. So
should be some consensus.
So I still want to do a tour. Sometime I want to do a tour with the backseaters of the inside of the Capitol. You know, bring the camera in there and do a little tour. It's a beautiful building, just gorgeous rotunda, one of the largest marble domes in the world. So Patrick, Jay, you want to sign off?
Well, folks, thanks for being with us. Hope you enjoyed tonight, riding with us here live. And you'll be seeing Under Sheriff Mike Martin on Monday. You'll be seeing some members of the CAT unit on Wednesday. And we will see you next Friday night. Until then, keep being kind, would you, folks? Have a good night.